With that, I think that the best starting point is what we've done at sort of the past topic meetings is figuring out what sort of the topic committee's consensus is on what makes a good topic. And generally, these things are sort of anything along the lines of shorter is better, or like forcing the app to do specific things. And I'll just sort of open up the floor for the topic committee to sort of talk about this. Then we'll close the document.
Unified egg ground across borders.
I think we should have some allegiance to the topic paper, other than EDA.
All right, can you repeat that one more time?
Some allegiance to the topic paper, rather than EDA.
What do we think makes a good slate? Like, we have, our responsibility is to come up with 3 resolutions. We think that those 3 need to be diverse. What is the distinction between those resolutions that we think makes a good slate?
Diversity of the stuff, not.
Yeah, there should be meaningful distinctions about what we're, I mean, there shouldn't just be like one, like leaving out substantially on one of them or something like that. There should be more meat to why the topics are different. I also want to put in a plug for, this is not ballot specific, but I think the topic should be something that we can explain to other human beings, whether that is our administration, our supporters, are trying to recruit novices. It should be something that is easily explainable and justifiable to other normal people.
I'd like to echo what Adrian said, something that makes recruiting debaters without experience interested in the topic. The more dense the wording of the topic is, the harder it is for people to find interest in participating in debate who are novices. I would like to also add for options that are some that are like listing of areas, but others that don't, just to give the community options between like a category-based resolution and one that is not.
Yeah, I think the choice should both be diverse in terms of like scope of what the app is. And that's one way to accomplish that. I also think that if, to the extent that we can, if there are things that we are divided on, right, we're kind of split on what a better mechanism is, say around 2 of them, or there are things that we are unsure about based on the research that we do over the course of the weekend, that we give the ballot, people the capacity to use the ballot to kind of decide those decisions. So we're split up mechanism with both resolutions that reflect both. If we're unsure about USFG versus US with both, and let folks decide. But we shouldn't be afraid to have a consensus and have that perspective. If we're going to
there aren't other thoughts in regards to what makes a good resolution, we should talk sort of about what the working groups came up with. In terms of, what we think, I think we started with AI, the environment, and we started with future generations and how that.
You want to start with that?
Whichever group wants to go first, is fine. I mean, if not, we can start with AI. That's the one people that I've sort of heard feedback from.
Yeah, sounds good. Feel free to chime in, Anna. For the AI group, I think the most immediate question was, what are the affirmatives in the area? So I'm not sure if all of those are integrated in Dropbox, but there are 2 files that have sort of like a general literature review-esque evidence that describes what are the salient legal controversy within the AI area. I think the 2 biggest ones that we've identified so far are AI liability mechanisms and accountability mechanisms, and intellectual property rights and inventorship and copyrights issues. I think outside of that, I think there are some other smaller fringe area apps about, constitutional rights and various versions of rights. So, AI being able to buy a house or own a property, I think there are some of those, but I don't think those are as big as the liability and the IPR type of affirmatives. And I think thank you to Trifanov, who's cut a lot of cards on this, but he kind of came up with like what an example 1AC would look like for IPR area. There's some advantages about innovation and patent trolls and whatnot. And he also included some, spillover arguments that the negative would likely utilize against those affirmatives. Is there anything that's missing?
Other things I can think of is when I talked to a bunch of undergrads, there was a firm consensus that if AI and tech isn't in the topic, there will be some upsetness. Almost everyone, no matter their style of debate, where they go to school, really wants to debate about AI and tech. Maybe it's just 20-year-olds want to talk about whether or not they can marry Siri, but that's kind of just something people want to talk about. That's a joke, not a real laugh. There's no advantage ground for that. Other things I've found is different terms that we can describe AI tech in the resolution. So we kind of talked about, there's this AIT file in the tech pre-meeting Dropbox folder as well. So we talked about algorithmic entity. We talked about ANI, which is a way to kind of limit what we mean by the AI tech portions. So it would not allow for like super AIs, which are way in the future, but it would allow for not the like basic, you type in one line of code and it repeats itself. So that we felt like would be a good middle ground, but there's other key options in there. That's kind of all I got.
So for the AI people, I understand what you just said about the narrow AI, but I don't get the distinction. Like, what is does the literature specify like some various forms of AI that's considered to be narrow that people can easily research and create apps from? Or is it just so like, oh, we can't do super AI in the future, but everything else is viable?
Yeah, so when we were researching the AI definitions, I think what we found was that even in the literature, there's not like a good universal definition for what AI means. At least one of the literature review parts that I've included talk about artificially narrow intelligence, because technically at the current level of technology, we don't really have like strong AI. So strong AI, we mean like, things that are totally autonomous, can make the decision like, in kind of like a futuristic sense. So all of the, legal controversies that are relevant is not about like a future robots doing something crazy, killing people. It's more like, here are the ways that algorithms are being implemented for a business or for commercial uses, and that could cause some sort of a harm. And like, what are the ways that we could deal with those algorithms making decisions rather than like kind of like a robotic entity that are doing it. So in terms of like the legal saliency, the artificially narrow intelligence kind of refers to the ways that the businesses are currently implementing AI to kind of make more efficient decisions that could nonetheless could produce some harms to society and ways to correct that. But there's not like good kind of distinguishing feature that we could be like, oh, that's a narrow AI, because I think even in the literature, they're kind of debating how to draw that line basically. So, but I think at least one distinction that we found useful was this like notion of strong versus weak AI. It seems to be that the bulk of the controversy is in the weak AI, which are like what Anna explained, just kind of like a code that used to make better businesses.
Do we think that the controversy of personhood applies to weak AI? It's like as much as the other versions of AI?
Oh, absolutely.
Mhm.
That's what especially helps with the IPR and the liability debates. There's a lot of issues in tech right now, like if an algorithmic entity was designed to build more algorithms or more codes, how do you assign liability? How do you assign, like, if there's a glitch in one of those future sets of code that causes like some kind of economic problem? How do you assign like developer rights to those new kinds of code? There's just I don't know, the AI tech base is huge, but this also creates somewhat of a limit, which we kind of liked, but it's definitely one of the bigger parts of the topic.
Just open question, what would the purpose of the limit be? What's wrong with the future super AI? I mean, it seems like the neg is, it's not really right. It's not a good idea to do the app now.
I think the idea initially was to be back to the concerns that other like topic committee members had about like the tech side getting like too big or a little too wild, but also down for a more unlimited version. I'm okay with either. I think down to figure that out with everyone. I think we just wanted to have some options going in. So if we wanted a more limited version of AI, gosh, if you wanted a little bigger and more expansive version. That's
Yeah,
there too.
and I think the strong AI, most articles writing about them, I think are very hypothetical. Just like in 2090, like we came up with this thing that could like shoot people, like what should we do with them, as opposed to artificially narrow intelligence, like businesses are like actively incorporating that into current decision making. So that definitely creates some legal issues that I think are very pertinent to the personal discussions.
But it seems like the neg would be, if you start expanding the rights of these entities, it still has spillover implications anyways. So,
Right.
And I agree.
Yeah.
I think most of them are like, this is something we should start thinking about now, but it doesn't mean that we should implement it.
Yeah, so I think that what you said about spillover definitely is right, because the main AI person or the bad person or bad author is like, if we grant some like small right, then that spills over and then we're gonna get strong AI, all of these rights that we don't want them to get, and they're gonna kind of run amok and yeah, so.
Any other questions for the AI group?
I think the biggest concern for me is what term that's used to apply the rights to AI. Not that there's right controversy around AI.
Yeah, I think that's the issue with most areas, I was finding a term that applies to all of them. If that was the way that we're gonna go, at least for a lot of the resolutions. And I guess I'll just transition to talk about future generations now. I don't know if the CH wants to chime in. Seems like the consensus is that most of the literature about future generations centers around climate change. But that the only, outside of giving someone else standing to sue for future generations, the only other entity that seems to be synonymous is like intergenerational equity, which I don't think would apply to any other area, based upon just like my readings, and sort of looking at some of the facts in Dropbox. I don't necessarily believe we should omit it, but I also like don't know what teams would do outside of giving some other entity, but people with a right to sue on its behalf.
It doesn't necessarily, like, there's a little bit that's unique about it, because there is like a huge literature about future generations, but the advantage to it is not all that different from if nature or the environment is already included in a topic. And so it's not, and like Shantae said, I wouldn't have had to put it in a list, because I don't know what words we would, intergenerational justice, equity, something, but that doesn't seem to fit. It would be kind of an apple and orange list that was very, maybe even more of an exotic fruit than apples or oranges.
Yeah, I think nature, environment largely captures it. It's primarily used as an argument to alter risk calculus, to change the way, like climate change predominantly gets made, other types of interest in sports, or to compel action by federal administrators under existing statutes. That's kind of the way it seems legally, and River First could lots of other things. I think we're accomplish the same thing. So you know, not having it means you can have advantage-based debate. You don't have plan-based debates about the kind of moral standing of future persons. And I don't know how valuable those are, but those are certainly things that folks can talk about at the second level of term.
Did you find comparative evidence between the future generations and say just protecting the environment? If you
Margin of comparative evidence, and the answer is no.
okay.
I think one of the concerns that was sort of expressed about future generations yesterday was the ability to separate it from the abortion debate. And so maybe this is where the conversation should take place, like what people's thoughts of those apps being written in, being written out. I think that seems to be the most controversial thing, both in terms of like what is actually being debated in politics at the moment, and almost whether or not those debates should happen. So getting the TC sort of like feedback on the question of yes, no abortion, if it is a list, if it's not a list, etc.
Struggle to imagine that someone will read that app and give a just read any other app. True.
Yeah, I think it's a better negative argument. I don't imagine anyone saying abortion is bad on the app. I just think they would lose pretty quickly.
I mean, it definitely happened on the case topic. So
Is your recollection different from, like, I know it happened, but I don't remember it being like.
it was not like, it was not a core app version of the case forms the act. Right.
Part of me thinks that like the calculated person, though it's kind of like a bit inevitable to a degree, and teams will just lose if they try and do it on the app. But I just think it's more of a dis-ad. The spillover cards are better than the like solvency advocates, unless you're trying to get equal, but you would also probably just lose. I don't know. I just see a lot of concerns about it, and I just don't know any team nor coach in the community that will say, yes, let us do this. That will be offensive and probably get you terrible things.
I want to say a couple of things. One, I think the debate is inevitable, so because of the neg, I don't think it's possible to say, you know, if somebody is really sensitive about debating that issue, I don't think there is a way that we can craft a topic that means they will never have to debate that issue. Second, I do have pedagogical qualms with the idea that we go out of our way to exclude it from every resolution that is on the ballot. I'm not saying that there couldn't be reasons, like if there was a list, we don't have to actively include it. However, ultimately, I know, obviously, we are in part here to, you know, have our debaters learn how to debate and win, but part of our mission as debate coaches is also to teach them to have conversations about tough topics, and for us to go out of our way, I think, to try to legislate out debates about this, I think is fundamentally unsound. And also, it is incredibly awkward when, again, topic facing the public, facing administrators, facing novices who might actually want to say that argument because that is where they come from culturally or politically. to say, oh, no, we're debating about personhood, but not the most salient issue in the last 20 years about personhood in the United States. And for us to say, oh, no, sorry, we're gonna talk about Siri, but not the, hot button salient issue seems kind of messed up. And we do need to be, it is again, like I feel again, it is in part our obligation to teach people how to have conversations about these things. That may mean in some circumstances that we tell them, no, we don't think this is a strategic or smart argument to have, but if people really want to have it, I don't think we should be shutting it down entirely.
The chat says the topic paper seems to have leaned away from this as an act question. So if we think about what people vote for in the paper, I think it's a reasonable question. If people were voting for that variation of background, especially as it is default in nature.
I don't know if this would be a reason to say, but it seems like what a few people are suggesting is it's not a reason to not have a topic with no list, but it likely would not be included on a list. Is that fair? It's like, we're not going to eliminate the concept of a no list topic on this basis. I don't know if that, and there might be other modifiers in that no list thing, like non-human, that would at least produce a T to make this happen.
Yeah, I suspect there's substantial parsimony and perceived data science to actually try.
Yeah, it seems like the resolution would have to be unnecessarily complicated to exclude it from.
I think maybe the question might come down to TV if we would not include most of the residents or whatever. But I also wanted to throw that out because I think that it sort of fits in the future generation discussion before we get too much further along to figure out what people will stop on that process. That area. Other thoughts about future generations before we go to the environment?
Okay, so like one question about future generations. Is there any response to like the public trust doctrine? I don't know, how is that different than that? Because the topic paper keeps saying that that's very different than personhood.
It's some of what I was doing, it's not a ton of difference. I think there's a significant overlap.
Fair enough.
Like the legal theory of trust doctrine is different, but I think that a common mechanism that ecosystems will manifest their legal rights will be through trust. So.
I think the DCH was right that it changes some of the cost benefit analysis that would be applied to a lot of policies. So a trust tends to be about often current population usage, but you don't evaluate whatever the population trends would be well into the future. I mean, you can say we're going to protect this. Well, that's the whole point. But let's say that it's oil extraction that's being applied to, for example. Say protect enough oil so that future generations can produce plastics. I mean, that might be distinct from, say, a trust that's just about people running amok and overusing it for contemporary populations. I mean, trust can have different ends, right?
Yeah.
But if you include the calculation of the future generation, then it can change maybe the results. But I don't know how good the evidence would be on that.
Nelson? I'm going to talk about the environment.
Sure. The environment work we did was mostly about rights of nature. It seems like that term is pretty well defined as like ecosystems should have capacity to sue. There are people who define nature as individual trees or individual natural entities. There are people who say that nature requires things being on group that right in the right of nature category. So you at least have a tier limit that it does exclude some outer space things. It seems like the overarching thing that people are writing about in this literature is granting rights. So like, this is what also brought me to the like rights-bearing entity work that I sent out, which is just, it seems like people who are writing about this are very concerned that nature should have the right to do something, not people. And the overarching response to most counter plans is it should be nature who has the right and who is seen as a subject. I guess the other thing I'll say is there's definitely answers to the localities counter plan or like municipalities counter plan, but I don't think that there are answers to the state's counter plan. I don't know how much that matters, but I like.
So I kind of like disagree. So in the rights of nature work that I did, there's like a lot of stuff about municipalities being struck down by state courts. And so I don't know, I haven't found like a great federal court strike down states argument, but I don't know why it wouldn't apply. And it's a big issue with like rights of nature and the apply it strike down, so it seems like they ask really specific.
Struck down? What I was saying, the reason that they were saying municipalities get struck down is because it is a state church.
It's like that.
But like, I just didn't really see anyone talking about state first federal. I saw a lot of people talking about municipality versus state board. Sure.
I just think a warrant still. Parts don't exist because states aren't doing it.
So all of the cards I found said that it's being struck down because the state hasn't done it, and like in a way that kind of suggested if the state did it, maybe it would be struck down. But it's possible that there's more stuff. I didn't get the impression from anyone else that they had found that key warrants, so I wasn't spending a lot of time looking for that key warrants. But I'm happy to do that more if we think that we want federal in a resolution that this would help solve that problem. I know it's here. My main takeaway was just like rights seems to be the thing that people here are talking about.
It seems like the ability to sue on behalf, for nature's ability to sue for it seems to be the biggest thing in that portion of the topic versus. I think this might be the distinction between nature and AI is that mostly my perception of the AI literature is like the ability for AI to sue on it or to be sued rather than nature, like the rights on it.
Kind of. The phrases that I've been finding are like when I look up defining like legal personhood, it's rights and or duties, which could help if like we wanted that to be the core unifying phrase in the resolution. You can also say legal rights and or legal duties. I don't know, whatever people prefer, but I found that phrase to be pretty helpful in terms of describing how AI can be related to nature. Other stuff I found that's similar. I know, Nick, you said you were looking into right of nature and see if it could apply to AI.
Yeah, I put, there's an article in the work that Carmen did that I threw in there. It's one of the Geller articles that seems to say that we should expand RON to apply it to AI.
That makes sense.
So I don't know, so like RON, I don't think excludes AI on its own, but I have not, I need to vet that a lot more.
I mean, AI is definitely not certainty in the right of nature. Like there are definitely cards that say right of nature is only natural, not innate things.
Mhm.
So like I'm not saying that AI can't win a tea debate, but I would be shocked if it wasn't the one that's sitting like maybe in the block.
Yeah.
It seems pretty easy to explain.
This is like a very potentially silly question, but if the list is nature, future generations, and AI tech, whatever we call it, does nature include animals? Do we want animals in the res? I know we've talked about it previously in the past. Is there any feelings about that? Carmen mentioned mostly trees and like mountains and rivers, so I wanted to check in.
I have not seen cards that are attempting to define right of nature in terms. Well, some of them use the term species, but more common is rights of non-human species.
Interesting.
But it seems like there is I could be wrong, it seems like there is a shared stem for those things.
Okay, cool.
That's my impression as well.
Because both right of nature, right of animal, nature's rights, animal rights are all like terms that, yeah, so it would be easy to put both in.
We'll say Texas.
Okay, are there any questions? So far on any areas?
One other question I have about the environment is, other than nature being able to sue, what other rights are being discussed?
So most of it's about, so most of the RON stuff is about, or at least that I've found is like river protections. So being able to sue to protect like pollution, et cetera. I think the animal stuff is, there's been some stuff in the context of like confinement, imprisonment, things like that. But most of it's definitely like only got sue and then got to have the right to deal with it. So just where the RON stuff comes into play.
There's like a list of rights that are given in either. Like Alright, so one second, just say how like a specific phrase. The right to exist, perish, maintain, and regenerate its vital cycle, structures, function, and its processes in evolution. It's like the most common definition of right of nature.
Yeah, exist, flourish, and naturally evolve. I think is-
Yeah, because it sounds like if you don't add those things or make those topical kind of mechanisms, just the right to bring a suit. Like, what are you gonna sue over if they don't have those other rights?
Yeah, it seems to be one of the defining things, just personhood and the
Yeah.
is insufficient, that it has to have other rights to go along with it. Which might be where the flora of personhood comes into play, or like the flora of legal standing for the environment, and then let aptitude.
Right, but once we get into these like creative work or discipline things.
This is
there's
right.
solution variants that you
This is there's, I think, like a rights of, or rights for, or rights bearing is a little bit better because it doesn't require that. The resolution is specified of rights, but it does make clear that they are on the right side of things.
So that comment that's in the chat is, what is the basis for Lake Mary Jane having rights to sue in Florida versus Happy the Elephant having the right to sue in New York? I think this might illustrate that nature is inclusive of both water and land, and animals is a legal conceptualization. And some of the ways that states counterclaim would or would not work. Animals bringing suit has had precedent, nature has not.
There are cases of nature suing in the US.
Yeah,
It's based on local jurisdiction or municipalities and trying to give them the right.
I think they tried to sue for one of the rivers in Colorado, and the Colorado AG threatened to disbar the lawyer, which then caused the suit to get dropped. So those things have happened.
Yeah, it also happened in Pennsylvania, and then the group that sued got sued back by an oil company.
Yeah, the dissent, is it the Sierra Club decision that was the first one that was actually,
Douglas descended.
yeah, in Douglas's dissent, that's where it sort of came up as the first like example of legal precedent.
They're like, should trees have standing is like the seminal text, it seems like, from 1972.
Yeah.
If we don't want like X river or like Y place in particular, it seems like ecosystem might be something other than rights of nature that we could consider. Refers to like geographic area.
I think we don't have words that say right of nature means ecosystem. I get that would make it debatable, but like the app could say an individual.
Yeah, that seems to get into like, is rights of nature term of art, or can you define nature separately as inclusive of species? But if you just use the thing that rights of nature means, which is like ecosystem, then it like answers the question of whether or not it's species or geographic region.
Yeah, I like initial pause is just the rights of nature stuff. Didn't count, and it seems to be already much better for the next time, but I could be wrong about that. I have not read anything that's like protect this individual shortly. I have read things that are like protect this individual river, but this like actually seems to be the data.
I think that the protect individual animals is when things get a little tricky, like Happy the Elephant. The river stuff seems to have at least a broader base for those things.
I think this, I might be speaking ahead, but I think the single species discussion, I feel like maybe is connected to the agent question in certain ways. So if the agent is United States and some state wants to protect their national parks and, or, something in their own jurisdiction, then are those alternatives topical if it's the United States in the absence of we're seeing more like a nationwide thing.
So you're saying this, just the single state counter plan?
Yeah, or
Why would all the states?
yeah, exactly. Or does the United States allow, like, does it require nearly all states to do them, or can they be like a group of states? I was having some questions about like what that means exactly, and I think if the agent is smaller, then that could also allow for like single species or single environment type of.
Single like ecosystem. So if the app is only United States and it's not USFG, can like the group of states that surround the Chesapeake Bay just act to protect the Chesapeake Bay?
Right.
Where they're like, I mean, there's like a ton of impacts, but it doesn't require like national action. Is that like,
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Because like, those apps kind of struggle with the impacts are really easy to kind of on top of, because you could just have all of those states regulate the thing without giving a right. And the DA, I mean, I guess the DA is like for water rights all over, but
I was gonna say, doesn't the legal personhood key warrant kind of check back a little bit, because all of the counter plans on this topic seem terrifying, like, what is the counter, like, what is the good, have you found good LP, like, legal personhood key cards in response to the, like, instead of giving a river right to sue, just stop the corporations that are polluting, like, just ban emissions, ban pollution,
they're very good, like,
yeah, like tax, carbon tax.
they're very good, like, critique cards that basically say the right needs to be delegated to nature because we need to see nature as a person. So like those definitely exist that are imperative, but I don't think they really fit with apps that are not very, very, very large.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it's a tangent, but that seems to me like the toughest nut to crack for the app, which is just like stop the practice counter plans versus the like legal personhood key arcs. And then to the extent that there are advantages that are precedent based about legal personhood, like stare decisis is pretty much power bound.
I think one thing that hasn't been talked about is indigenous courts and recognition of those powers. So there's a Minnesota case where an indigenous group went through their tribal court based on treaties that were signed to protect wild rights. So I do wonder, I mean, we haven't really talked about that as much, but how the US or United States federal government interacts with that. What a counter plan of devolution, maybe for the power of those courts work. How does, an affirmative deal with that? But I do think it's something that needs to be a part of our conversation.
my maybe false assumption when reading that stuff was just the res says United States, and I think it's just gonna go over for the counter plan and resolve this stuff. But maybe there aren't, I mean, I'm sure thinking about it, there are parts that says United States excludes. There is, I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of, I don't know how to deal with devolution kind of plan, but a lot of that seems to be in the context of like, it also needs to be recognized in the best courts. And so devolution kind of plan sort of gets away from the, it needs to be recognized portion, but I think not what devolution is. But that's a debate cheaty argument, so it's gonna be read.
It does also seem like the fall already over fall nature would have some issues, because you would be developing rights over like literally everything, right? So like outside of tribal territory, you'd be doing some authority.
I mean, in the context of the case that I was referencing, the indigenous groups treaty rights to be able to hunt and gather within the lands that were then handed over to the United States or forcibly taken. Doesn't mean all rights disappear, but the treaty side of things would allow them to hunt and gather, and that those products need to be protected.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I just like it, the app is like very broad, all of nature should have rights. It seems like it might be a little harder to describe the counterplan going forward because not all of it is directly next to territories, maybe not. I mean, I'm just thinking like, is this something that suggests that area is bad or suggests that the app has to be big? I don't know.
But it's a potential reason why people would want to go small, is the other argument. To avoid the big USFG impact of those areas.
I was really thinking that people would be deterred from going too small because of the nearest person counter plan, which we haven't talked about yet, but I think needs to be brought up. So instead of giving the river rights to sue, you have like the person who, like people who live near the river sue. Or instead of like Happy the elephant, you let the people who can help out, like the zookeepers sue. Silly example, but I don't know. I think that does help give an LP key warrant to the apps, just because I think the nearest person who counterplay is the scariest on the topic.
So I'm still confused by how this counterplan functions in terms of the environment apps.
For different apps, I think.
Yeah, because most of the environment apps, sort of the way that they would be implemented is that there would be some guardianship that takes place, which means the counterplan is functionally the app. And the other confusion I have about this counterplan, because we keep saying that this counterplan is like the biggest neg argument. I can't figure out what the link differential is between the app and the counterplan. Like if the counterplan lets people sue on behalf of the animal, for basically the same reasons as the app, the neg may have a card that's like personhood, but the same sort of like the logic of personhood would apply to the counterplan.
I imagine that-
Precedent spillover probably,
I
right?
would
I mean, it would be like another area that you expand the definition of legal personhood. That would now include X or Y other part of the topic or non-topic.
Right, but giving groups the right to sue on behalf of the same thing would also have the same precedent.
But you wouldn't call them persons, and the spillover would be
Yeah.
persons, like being a person.
But the logic still applies. Like, what is it about using the word person that creates a much bigger spillover than, I mean, the reality is, okay, somebody is currently suing the Bronx Zoo over Happy right now, okay? If that group of persons wins, what is the difference between that and having the same suit happen, but actually deciding that Happy is a person? Why isn't there, what substantive difference is there? Why wouldn't the same logic, why wouldn't somebody take the current version of the Happy case and run with an argument that, hey, look, I mean, for God's sakes, Lawrence Tribe has written an amicus brief on behalf of Happy, like, it's gonna get noticed. How Happy gets resolved is probably gonna be almost as powerful as if Happy got personhood. What is, I mean, politics link-wise, there's no freaking difference. Why wouldn't people run to the court with the same precedent based on Happy winning in the status quo version of the case as opposed to the personhood version of the case?
I would say that personhood is a bundle of rights that includes other rights.
Okay, but why wouldn't the app then just say, no, but we limit it to, like, or that the court, which is how this works, the court would probably limit it to a very specific context.
Yeah, I mean, that the neg would need to read parts that says the concept of personhood is not workable. You have to justify taking away each right, which makes it less likely that you remove the rights, whereas the concept of a right being bestowed for another reason doesn't have that thing. I'm not like saying that that's the best debate of all time, but that's presumed, like, that seems to be what this incidence of personhood debate thing is about anyway. Which I know is like maybe jumping ahead a little bit, but that like per people debate seems to be, do you give individual rights one at a time, or do you say that someone is a person and then justify taking them away? And I agree that it's like, it seems pretty fringe, it seems like there are like 20 people who write about it, but I don't know. I do think we could just get away from the whole issue by just not including personhood at all and just say, give rights to one of the following things, or make one of the following things a rights or an entity or whatever, and then it's like, I agree with you, then the link differential makes no sense because the word personhood isn't anywhere. I think the much more realistic version of this counterclaim, at least no matter what, is people can sue that they have been harmed from the river being hurt. So like,
I thought that's already the status quo.
what's that?
What's the difference between that and what can happen now?
What you have to prove for causation, how likely you are to win, et cetera, et cetera. Just like you would make it so it's much easier to sue than someone putting pollution into the water stopped me from fishing, and fishing is part of my life.
So then
It's just-
evidence requirements are changed, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, strengthened human rights, change evidence requirements, like that counterclaim seems to be discussed in this literature, and like there are answers to that, they're just all very. Give it, like, we need to view nature as a person is kind of the answer to that, it's just like more ethical oriented.
And
there
then
are a lot
they'll
of-
just fiat it, right? They'll just fiat that they win. They'll fiat the outcomes. They're not gonna like, The neg isn't gonna politely change like evidence standards, they're just gonna be like, have the courts rule that you must stop the practice.
Yeah, I don't think the advantage is polluting the water, is what I'm saying. I think that the advantage is like relationships with the water. So I just like, I agree with you, the concept that you would read an impact to a right of nature app without hurting nature, I think is unreasonable. Well, I think it's unrealistic, it's not what the literature is about.
Might change the definition of pollution, where pollution tends to be in reference to human health or in particular animal health, but it could be more ecosystem health. And so that might change a little bit in the context of adding personhood to that entity. FYI, I mean, some things that are carcinogenic to things in nature aren't carcinogenic for humans.
I feel like the next step needs to be to figure out personhood in the res, yes, no, or false to personhood, so like what rights we have conferring in various areas. And so whether or not it has to be a full package of rights or whether or not instance of personhood or like a specific right. It's something that we need to sort through. It's like a next step research task before the lunch break. Unless there's a discussion point based on the things that we talked about now.
My only question about that would be like, the purpose of rights, presumably here, would be that it generates some court fund DAs, it generates some spillover DAs, it generates some case of rights. What is limiting the specific rights to any particular one or like unified background? Or like how does that happen? If that question makes sense. Because I was intuitively on the same page, like when we started doing this, it's like we want to specify the rights that we're talking about, but I think that's going to lead to a wonkier resolution where the rights don't match. And just saying like grant rights to one or more of the following and being like, yeah, you have your DA about granting rights, you have your DA about spillover from one right to another, you have your PEG about rights.
Well, I mean, it does seem like there's at least a floor, because everything seems to talk about it, at least from my reading of things, the floor seems to be like, gotta be able to sue me for, like, whatever, right? Like, so you gotta grant legal standing. The right in itself,
I have
does the
legal
right
standing-
itself give legal standing?
Yeah,
Legal standing and habeas corpus are the two floors I found.
but like the words I have about defining rights here in entity as an acknowledgement of legal standing.
Is there a way that we can work to find something that does not require a floor ceiling? Like, I feel like we've done that every single like year when it's not necessarily necessary. So can we have a discussion about verbs and or rights that doesn't necessarily require, or like maybe in the end, we have a floor ceiling resolution on the ballot, but like to go there like immediately, like I think we've all done enough reading and discussion that we can find some like wording that does not require a floor ceiling.
I'm not sure I agree with that. Like, I don't know what the sudden, not you in particular, but the sudden like declaration that we've done floor ceiling and we shouldn't and stop including it based on one of the wording papers, like part of why we put those in there is to make sure that the neg has, especially for smaller squads, younger squads, less experienced squads, having something that they can be confident that is going to link to whatever action has to be taken, especially in a situation where we don't know if we're going to end up with individual trees being able to sue and Happy being able to sue and some AI getting to sue and some other AI getting a patent right. Like having some basic floor is often, especially for smaller and less experienced squads, kind of important to having some neg ground. And so far, I'm not sure. I'm underwhelmed by the spillover DA. I am always, since I debated, underwhelmed by the clog DA. And so other than those two things, I'm not sure what unified ground is unless we put in some kind of floor that gives some other larger opportunity for ground. I'm not saying it has to be in every topic. I'm just saying there has been reasons for why we've included it. And I'm unclear where the sudden move to like, can we not, has come from.
Well, it seems like the floor ceiling is something that complicates resolution writing and like makes them harder to decipher. In terms of the argument that we need a resolution that is easily digestible, so like explain to new people or administrators, the like floor ceiling does attack, complicate the wording of the resolution. It's like making an argument for including the option that doesn't have one.
I don't think proposed, or at least, my position is that a resolution of the ballot should not have a floor ceiling option. I think there are options on the ballot that probably include.
Oh, I imagine that the ballot will have a floor ceiling option, I imagine the ballot will have this option. I also like agree, we shouldn't say that there, we should try to put a resolution on the ballot that doesn't require a list or a floor ceiling.
But so I think that the discussion would be then in a sort of like why have a form of rights would be that sort of gives a direction to topic that sort of resolve Adrian's concerns. If we had a should grant X right, that means that it's not a list topic. It doesn't have to be a list topic. It doesn't have to be by at least, but so it's like so concise, but it still establishes cohesive negative ground.
I like the idea of confer grant X rights, or we can use the rights and or duties, whatever language.
So I was gonna, since we have the two Michigan people here, and they submitted this last night, I would like to hear from them in terms of like best incidents portion, best incidents, legal personhood portion of the paper and why those terms. I've read it, but given that we are at the point where we're now discussing what the road should be, et cetera,
I really like the verb best. I think that you will not find a better defined verb, like period, because it appears in the Constitution, like 4 or 5 times. And so there are tons and tons of law reviews and judges who actually debate about what it means. There are definitions for process power plans. There are definitions that are very limited that just require vesting all of it. There are some that require vesting very little. And so it's a good topicality debate where people can kind of figure out what the topic is according to cards and standards. Incidents of legal personhood. It seems like this is mostly coming from this quirky person. There are people that cite this quirky person, and there are app articles that are in the context of using the phrasing. And it does seem relatively well defined. There are not other theorists, from what I can understand, or philosophers who actually like define it in a different way. And so if you were to pick incidents of legal personhood, you would know what you're getting going in, which is just the list and the tables that are provided.
I have a couple of things I have to say that are like I don't love about the resolution. So first, novel entities I think is grammatically incorrect / grammatically problematic. You wrote novel entities, that means a new entity that excludes nature if you read it straightforward, which is a little silly, but I think you have to say like novel to legal personhood. I know that was the intent, but I think like if you read the sentence, there's some vagueness there. I also read Kirky before you actually cut it, which is funny. I don't love the phrase incidents of legal personhood. It makes me question what counterclaim competition would look like. I think that what Kirky is saying is that is like a way to view legal personhood different than the orthodox version, but I don't know why we want to read his new view of legal personhood rather than a more like, I don't know, universal one. I think Kirky also uses the phrase rights of legal personhood or duties of legal personhood or both. That would be a good middle ground so it can solve what you all want and be what Nick and Carmen are talking about and still have a bit of a floor, because even if rights isn't perfect, it does kind of give some disallowances. I just think that like, I don't know, I'm not a huge fan. Plus, I like confer better. I don't know, that just feels wrong to me. It feels weird. Confer is, I think, better and more precise because best can mean a bunch of different things. It's very big. Confer is more legally precise. All your definitions for best kind of use the word confer, which tells me that it means close to the same thing. Best can be tiny amounts, big amounts. Confer feels like it's pretty, like you have to give them this right. Those are just my takes.
Yeah, no, that's all fair. Novel is the part that I like the least about it, for sure, just because it does kind of feel a bit clunky, and the intent of including it was to prevent entities that are already accepted as being legal persons and then just giving them extra rights, like corporations, for example. The benefit to me of the incidence of legal personhood phrasing is that it prevents the most damaging pick, which is if you have the orthodox interpretation of personhood as a binary status that is like an all or nothing switch, you're either not a legal person in any capacity or you are a legal person, then the negative gets the counterplan to just change what determines whether or not you have a right, say that non-legal persons can have the exact same rights without conferring the actual status of personhood. But in this, yeah.
I just think that like right of legal personhood resolves that issue because it's not
Yeah, no,
all
I
of
think rights, I'm totally open to the idea of like rights and or duties. I don't think that, like, I think our initial impression would be like, that's just like a different way to phrase it. It's not super substantively different. I do want to add on that note though, that I think if that's the route that you all favor, I think and or duties is an important part of it. You all were talking earlier about the difficulty of like legal personhood key, like why is it important for this to be vested in the personhood context and not just like changed by another means, regulating the practice directly or having a human sue on the behalf. And I think the duties component gets to that because, for example, like as it's construed right now, you can't be criminally liable for something without being a legal person. So if you allow the act to impose an obligation as well, then it might be easier for that to be connected to legal personhood. Yeah, and then like, I don't know, to vest or confer. I mean, I like the word confer as well. Brandon was more, he did like 90% of the work for it anyway, so, but I don't know. I kind of like that there are different cards for what vest means because then the net they can make T arguments about how big the act has to be. And it's clear that at least it means, doing something into the entities. They have to have at least one of the incidents, but the net can say they have to have all of them based on definitions of vest. But those are certainly fair points.
My fear with confer is I spent a lot of time on Westlaw, like probably an hour trying to find definitions from judges and law reviews that were like good and definitive thing. And it was just kind of like vague, like you should grant something, you should bestow something, you should vest something, appeared in many of the definitions. And often from like random district court judges, and it was not as well defined, and you would have to put like an adverb next to it, like you have to say like, or like a phrasing like a substantial amount of rights would have to go confer or something like that to make sure that the app is big. So, I don't know. I like vest better because it could include something.
I just stumbled across this, but I think substantial has modified rights, describes their enforceability, not the quantity. There's one part in the right bearing entity that I just like stumbled across thing, but substantial right means a legal right entitled to enforcement and protection. Is the court definition in this case.
Wait, this is controversial. I'm not really seeing how the verb matters almost at all on this topic. Like, it seems like the whole question of like what the app must do is related to its relationship to personhood. And so like vest or confer would both be clarified by whatever phrase follows that. Like if you said like confer legal personhood, like you could say vest legal personhood, the whole thing is like whether or not legal personhood is used or whether or not we use some like other version of that. So to me, I'm not really seeing like a huge upside in getting spun around the axle of confer versus vest, when to me, like the whole question is what follows that phrase.
Well, it seems like some people want the app to be like pretty big and grant lots and lots of personhood or something.
Yeah, then we should say vest or confer legal personhood, and whether we use vest or confer is irrelevant.
Well, vest makes the topic more ambiguous and leads to big debates about whether you have to do all of it.
But if,
right?
I'm not seeing it, like, if the phrase that follows vest or confer is legal personhood, then you got to do legal personhood. And if the phrase that follows that is something like, legal rights and or duties of whatever, then that clarifies that vest or confer can be narrow and not all of legal personhood. And vest or confer, regardless of how they're defined, like independent of the rest of the phrase, I'm not seeing how that's like a key debate that exists.
Yeah, it's definitely the first thing you said, I think is definitely the case, that if you're just like, you have to confer or vest the status, then that's it, that's the end all be all, you have to confer or vest the status. It might be the case that for the second scenario where you use a phrase like rights or duties, then there could be a debate over whether the verb means all of the rights or duties or a subset of the rights or duties. But I'm with you that the object is certainly more important, and I mean, the verb kind of depends on what we decide, you know, the act has to do in the first place.
Is there anybody in here that wants to defend that it has to be all personhood? I mean, corporations don't even get defined as full persons from at least my understanding of what's happening, which means there has to be a subset of duties and or rights, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, people
personally, I'm
disagree
more
with that,
inclined
it seems like.
Right, but that doesn't mean that community
right.
is that, and or that, just not gonna end up having within that. So I feel like if we create a resolution that just describes that, then sure. Like that's never something we want community from, or not saying those things.
Wait, not saying all things.
That we don't have to, we're all. I mean, sure, none of us really want that, we want to have options, right? So how do we get those options? Is the question.
Yeah, I'm just asking, is there any interpretation of the topic paper that it has to be full personhood? Is that really the resolution that we're going to produce and vote for? Is there anybody in here that wants to defend it? So it seems like we want subsections of duties and or rights. I mean, that's, or whatever that is.
Right, but my concern is that if we, assuming there's legal personhood in the resolution, why does that mean all is the question? Because you're like, oh, well, no one wants to defend it. I'm like, true. But including it, why does that result in people saying you have to defend all and then they get to pick out a substance? If the assumption is that because it's included, that means the app can choose whatever subset they want. Sure, I agree, but like if we put it in the resolution, you're 99.9% gonna have someone feel like, no, you have to do all.
Fair, okay.
But I think part of what Brandon was saying about the vesting language is that there is a huge debate about the vesting clause, if the word vest in there implies. It's like, it doesn't have to say the word all executive authority, vest means all. Which I get the impression that is one of the weaker arguments that the unitary executive people make, but like, they make it.
But it's also weird because that's using best in that context, and it's not best.
I feel like a vested right more broadly means that it's unconditional, right? And so I'm not sure that that really matters for the topic, right? But if you were to vest personhood, it would mean you could not, the government could not go back and revoke it, right? So it's like how your 401k vests, and then you're entitled to that money like when you retire, whether you keep working there or not, right? And a conferred right could be revoked later, but a vested right, it seems like could not be revoked. But I'm not sure, I think Carly is right in the sense of, I don't think that really, like, I'm not sure that that matters for the resolution if what follows it, like, people aren't gonna be making this old after arguments, so it's like, you know what I mean? Yeah, it would solve that,
And I think one benefit of using personhood as opposed to rights or duties is that, like, that is whether or not a subset is T. I think that's a debate that could happen, because I mean the Kirky was writing in response to other personhood people who said that you cannot have rights until you become a person, and Kirky's like, no, it's not binary, yes or no. You kind of accumulate rights and then you kind of become a person. So if you said personhood, then I think, you know, affirmative that's like a really, really small rights, then negative has the option of taking the older interpretation of personhood and be like, no, you can't give rights until you become a person. But then, you know, that's a T debate, and still there's some justifications for allowing subsets even if you say the word personhood. So I think that's and it's simpler, I guess, than including other rights under this.
Well, so based on my reading of things, just like conferring personhood on something doesn't seem to do enough based on what the literature. A lot of the cards that I've found say, like toddlers are persons, but they don't have the rights to sue on their own, or they don't have the same standing as what we consider adults, which is why like personhood in itself is an insufficient standard.
But providing rights could count as a form of giving person.
Also, toddlers can sue, they just need a guardian ad litem to sue on their behalf, which is the same as trees, right? Nobody's saying that like the Ents are gonna like walk into the courtroom and demand their rights, right? So it's like, trees and toddlers under the law are actually, I mean, if we did the act, would basically be the same. No offense to everybody's toddlers.
Well, I mean, they still lack some rights, right? They like the right to vote, they like the right to, go buy a pack of cigarettes.
Sure, we're not gonna let trees vote or buy cigarettes though, but toddlers are still persons.
Also, not all persons, like, not all adult persons have their, that's a citizenship, right? Not all persons, right? And not like, I think the same, like buying cigarettes, it's like required at a certain age. I got the impression that if we were to use the word personhood, it does not have a ceiling. Like, I haven't seen someone that says if you granted also X thing, it would no longer be granted personhood. It seems like people describe every big grant as a grant of personhood. I just have the issue that like I really struggle to figure out what is something small enough that's not personhood. Like if I said that my computer can be like the middle person in an interaction, is that personhood? Like, I don't know, I haven't really seen it good for that excludes that.
Am I right that if the topic committee was showing fidelity to the topic paper, it wouldn't require the act to establish legal personhood? Yeah, just because that was my reading of it.
Is there a reason why we can't include an option with the words legal personhood and one without? Also, we use legal personhood as an adjective or like a prep phrase modifying phrase, like rights of legal personhood. Is that better? Does that solve some of the problems? I just want to jump in about that. Because does that resolve some of the problems?
Is there a right that's not the right of legal person?
Can you speak up?
Is there a right that we think does not need right of legal person? Or is it just adding language to add language? Is my like biggest question about that phrase. Because like I just think the more language you add, the more you're just like, we're getting back to this personhood pick. I mean, like we give it as a right of animalhood.
What you mentioned earlier about how there are some rights that are based on personhood and others that are citizenship, that would be what I would look into is citizenship rights are not based on personhood. But that's just, I don't know, based on research, that's just my inclination of what the law would say.
Yeah, I think that like this, I could be wrong about this, but I remember reading in these review article, it was like anything granted by the Constitution is a right of citizen, or is a right of personhood.
I've seen more specific, like particularly legal standing and or habeas corpus are the bare minimums. When you say rights of legal personhood.
So with the rights question, so there's at least one article that I posted on Facebook when I was trying to talk to Anthony, but one of the articles talk about like simple rights versus fundamental rights. So simple rights might be defined as like very small things that we don't want to think about. And there's like a little pyramid that explains it. I can post it on Slack.
Well, there's also rights that just aren't given to persons now, right? Like people don't have a right to health, so presumably that wouldn't be included in the rights of legal personhood.
Yeah, that's kind of weird because then you're saying the right to health should exist for, like for right of nature, right of animals, that is a thing that like the literature wants to grant. That is like maybe the main thing the literature wants to grant.
I mean, I do think that the person with wording is like kind of answer some of the objections that Adrian had about like the scope of EDIA, because it feels more comprehensive than just like giving small rights to some entity. It's just, you have to acknowledge the entity, which I think is like what the scope of it, like they're talking about, rather than nitpicking specific rights. But I think based on T cards, app does have the option of being smaller than full personhood. It just, I think that will just become a thing.
Seems like we need to do more research on what the rights of legal personhood entail. Maybe figure out what the unified phrase could be, or if there is no unified phrase.
It also might be better if we figure out what legal personhood is, and instead of saying legal personhood, we can just say at least habeas corpus or at least court standing.
I like
And
Those of you who've been doing AI or have found definitions of standing, does it necessarily include the ability to be sued or held liable? Because the basic definitions that show up when you Google what is legal standing talked about the right to sue, not the right to be sued. I don't know if there's is there a definition that captures both of them?
I'm not really sure, and so one of the Liberty cards I had talked a lot about, like standing seems to be more about like if there's something specific in the statute versus right to be sued is kind of like across the board. Like it doesn't have to be grounded in statute, you can now be liable for something. So I think maybe that is one distinction, but that article was actually like using standing and right to sue in like different paragraphs. I'm assuming that there's some distinction between the two, but I'm not a lawyer, so we may need to read a little more.
Is the phrase like possess rights and incur obligations, like is that used across areas? Seems like some of what the legal person.
And incur obligations would have to be perfect.
Mhm.
Because nobody's talking about suing an animal.
Can someone sue a river? Like, I know this is silly. I've seen a court case that was thrown out. But if we give legal standing, and legal standing means right to be sued as well as to sue, could a corporation sue a river for blocking its way of building an oil pipeline, for example? Like, could that be a disad? People read on the negative. If you give a river legal standing, is that something we want? Like, should be allowed for the negative aspect? I think it's reasonable, but.
I'm not seeing those articles, but
Yeah, I mean, the people I have seen answer that type of argument, like, that's why you give a right to nature, like,
Yeah.
but I haven't seen anyone suggest that we should bestow an obligation on nature.
sue the river for flooding your home, you know, would be the most likely scenario.
Yeah,
Like, I guess.
I've seen that as a little bit, but not as much as.
Yeah, I mean, it's not nearly,
It seems like the bestow obligation.
yeah,
Mhm.
which were the and or sort of. Like,
I've done some definition work on duties versus obligations versus liabilities and LP as rights and or duties. I can send that now to the TC Slate Slack, sorry.
We asked the question earlier, and I don't think it ever got resolved, whether or not anybody was suggesting other things other than standing for animals. There are people who advocate property rights for animals, primarily for the reason to like be able to, the animal gets to sue to protect its ecosystem around it, sort of thing. But there are, I'm not saying there's a pile of apps there, but there are people who have advocated suing animals for damages that the animal might incur. So like if Happy gets personhood, Happy is now also liable if Happy runs through your, trounces your house, that sort of thing.
He was also sued on behalf of whales and dolphins to get paid.
I have a question about like the Happy example, so. And probably commissioning people with the language non-human entities or something along those lines require something more broad than just like one animal. It seems, so we're like throwing out the like one animal, one river example. Is there a term we could put in the resolution to require that to apply to all of the things within that category?
I think this is where you get into the precedential issue, and affirmatives to a certain extent might be able to define particular, I don't know, cognition limits or, whatever the term would be. I mean, they can probably define that, right, beyond just the one species. But if you just leave it open and rule in favor of Happy, then that starts spilling over, well, what other species are going to be included?
Okay, but I know we have problems with the language of novel, but like novel non-human entities, to me, that seems like you gotta give it to all elements, you can't just give it to Happy. Am I wrong?
Plurals, you gotta give it to those two, right?
Right.
I'm not sure if you have to give it to the whole range of elements, like,
Sure.
yeah.
But the novel non-human entity is, an elephant, not happy. Right?
Do we
Well,
resolve that by just
I don't
using
know,
Carly's
a
reason?
non-human entity, like I'm an entity, right? So I guess the plural language of it, but that seems like it seems like staff teams could argue that that entity, not novel, non-human entities is plural for the sake of the resolution, but like, you know what I mean?
I mean, for better or for worse, the Lake Michigan topic is gonna allow smaller apps, like,
Okay.
it's, I mean, I'm not for it or against it because of that, but like by its very design, if we pick a non-list topic without a floor ceiling, you're gonna allow small apps. Cause yeah, you can get the two happies, for sure.
Okay, so like. there's amendments that want to be made.
Yeah, love that for them.
happy and unhappy.
Like a DC, you had another non-verb or another verb.
Raise it, see if people think it's a thing, and if so, then we'll research it. So terms like best, verb, assume that the entity enacting that has a right or duty to, it has the authority, I think is maybe a better term, to make those types of decisions. And I think that's in contrast with both natural legal traditions that say we observe the world and see what manifests within it. And lefty Greens that argue that rights are something that emerge from the existence of something itself. And so I would be, if we were to use those verbs, I'd be a little concerned. Aft plan says vest, counter plan says recognize. Net benefit is you assume an authority model that is anthropocentric, that humans have the right to determine whether or not something has a right unto itself. So
Okay, so you want to recognize, what is?
I'm saying that I think there are potential counterplans that we have not considered based on verb choices that legitimize the authority of the agent.
Okay, so you're identifying a potential problem.
Yes,
That's
yeah,
for-
yeah. Well, I want to see if folks think that's a potential agent.
Seems like, okay, great.
So my question though lies in, even if the thought is about the authority of the entity to give rights, et cetera. Best is explicitly related to the Constitution, not necessarily like the federal government has authority to do it, but historically, that's what we have done when it comes to giving rights. So maybe, I'm just confused, well,
So
not confused.
I think all the instances of best in the Constitution are talking about the transference of authority from the sovereign to the people to specific entities. And vesting is also used in property law, like in property development, like their rights to people have rights of spaces. But if you look at, like that's what I've been looking through, like human rights literature. Some people use terms like recognize. They say they're a subject of rights and duties. It's something that's intrinsic to themselves. I'm saying there's potentially a difference between those two.
I just, two things I'm thinking. One, I'm not as worried about the net benefit. Honestly, I think the like anthropocentrism or anthro-K is inevitable on this topic. So I'm not really as worried for the affirmative. I don't know. I just think that debate's inevitable. But I've also just found an article that says rights or duties. They're distinct. You can't do both. If that would help, I'm happy to share that too.
No, I mean, some of the cards that you shared have that. My concern is that one word pick, different verb, yours is anthropocentric, ours is not.
I think
You have the
that
exact same legal effect.
I think that if the counterplan text says United States in it, then the net benefit links to the counterplan, because like the case of state recognition have the exact same warrant that you described in terms of best. So it's the idea that it's so like the Wendy Brown genre of like submitting yourself before the law would apply the same way to recognize it with best in this example.
I'd be interested to see the like article you're talking about. like. Or like, the like body of literature that you're talking about, because.
Yeah.
Because I think presumably like it answers what Maggie is saying, which is like, should the USFG recognize or vest? And what should its relationship to entities be potentially?
Does those articles include, like, recognizing means that the entity or the object, subject, or whatever, has the, like, fundamental rights at that point? Because if that's the case, then I'm not really quite sure why the counter plan doesn't equally link to the different groups.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. It seems to me like recognize could mean like, I just give a statement that's like, I'll recognize this without any substantive rights given to the subject.
Well, all right, so this comes out of the like natural law tradition, which, right, is basically like a contrast to sovereign law. I'm saying that the way the Constitution is written in terms best, oftentimes in terms of the way we describe prefer, it assumes that sovereign legal position. Right? Whereas there are lots of folks that say we are better if we assume that rights of fixity emerge or are intrinsic beings based on their own existence, because they can't be, right? Or rather, the sovereign is not recognized as having like legitimate authority to impose constraints. I'm willing to take a peek at this,
Yeah.
but
I don't know about recognize, but maybe like acknowledge.
I've seen a tribute. Do you like a tribute?
I don't know if I like it. I'm saying that
It's definitely, I think it's worth
Right.
investing.
If you control F, the EHR, for example, you
Yeah.
will not see the terms invested. You'll see rights described in natural law terms. People have this as their basis. As their
That's interesting. Definitely worth looking into.
So does that set up this being an appropriate research break into what the rights of legal personhood entails? So like legal personhood, the process of rights and for obligations, and then best confer or something along those recognize or acknowledge as research points. Did I miss something from that discussion that we should be researching in addition to those things?
You say them again.
What the rights of legal personhood entails. So legal personhood versus at least habeas or at least standing. The possess rights and incur obligations portion. And then figure out best confer or recognize, acknowledge. Yeah, work on that other term. Seems like the best work was already done, so it needs to be for recognized knowledge, maybe research.
I did some confer research, but I can share. I also looked into grant and assign.
There's some confer as well in the original topic paper. For signing up for research, I'm happy to look into rights of legal personhood. I've already started that a bit, so I'm happy to keep working on that. I also shared the definitions of duties, liabilities, obligations, so that can be another tool to start point. But I'd like to do the rights of legal personhood, if that's all right.
Other portions of that.
One thing I would like to work on next, separate from that, is I would like to start compiling stuff. Like, we have too many things streamed across too many different documents. So that is what I would like to assign to start working on. And if somebody else wants to assist with that, I would accept assistance for culling from the various papers.
You saying you would need assistance?
I'm welcoming assistance. I could do it myself, but if somebody else is interested in assisting with that, My partner Jackie.
I love.
I know, that's why I'm kind of surprised you hadn't been. I didn't want to step
One
on
of
your
my
toes.
favorite
So.
things.
Very good, then we will put it all together.
Oh, is the official Dropbox the one with the number 1 at the end at the front of it?
No, it's the Nick one, it's 2022, 2023. I moved everything you all put in.
You're the best. Thank you so much.
No, I was the one that created confusion in the first place, so I was trying to rectify.
That did just, I was like, wait a minute, when I looked yesterday, there were not all these things in here.
Yeah, I just did it all so that.
Oh my
they're all
God,
in
there's a
the
lot
same
more
place.
that's, yeah.
And I added anything that gets sent today, I'm putting in a day 1 folder. Okay, so Adrian and Jackie do the compiling. DCH is gonna look at the recognized stuff.
And now you should also distribute the Dropbox link to the, maybe to the. I know it's posted, but people, not everybody.
Oh, in the
knows it.
chat.
In the chat, everywhere.
I'm typing it in probably don't know.
The Dropbox.
It's actually at the top of the.
Yeah, it's in the top of the.
Yeah.
Give it for them.
Oh, Delo sent it to me, so I sent it back to Delo. Okay, that's right. I don't think the top slide is on that. Oh, you don't think the top slide is on? Oh, it feels like it is. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Okay. What time is my schedule come to?
Allegedly till 15, but
So probably through lunch, right? That's 45 minutes from now.
So work now, stop.
Stop for lunch, yeah, and then after lunch we can resume, kind of like talking about what we've done so far up until lunch. Does that make sense?
a slightly different sense, so it's gonna be friction between the term having a resolution. And the way solvency advocates, even like Peter Singer, describe that, and I don't know what the cost of that is, but there has to be some.
I mean, I think it's like an okay reason to be skeptical of the purpose of the article is to be contrary. I'm not opposed to what you just said, I don't have the context of like why curfew or curfew.
Oh, okay, oh, sorry, he makes that clear in the intro of the book,
Okay.
so.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So,
While there's a pause for a second, I did put in the Dropbox the compiled, hopefully it is uploaded, it's kind of big, but it is the compiled, all of the stuff at 1:38 this afternoon. So I think that includes, but it does not include the topic paper. Jackie's been dealing with that.
There's a lot of cards. Bear with me, it's taking some time.
And I will say, a few things defied sorting, like some of the stuff in Michigan's file, for instance, I did sort vest into the verbs section and some of the other things, but I also just threw their whole paper down at the bottom so that you could see the entire context of it.
This is amazingly helpful. Thank you so much, Adrian.
No problem. I love sorting.
I feel that.
Yeah, you certainly have haters and bad haters, less bad haters.
Also, if you, if you submitted a file, double check that it's in the list of files included at the top, in case there's a slight chance Danielle and I might have missed something.
Sorry, could you help me understand, UCH, the apps that fit well under rights and duties, but don't fit well under incidents of personhood?
I don't know what those are. My point is rather that many people that talk about personhood don't view incidents as being important. And so there's gonna be, maybe it's e-debate, or the app will have parts of their solvency adequacy be excluded by the list that Kirby has. We just don't know what those are yet, but it's more Kirby is contrarian or critical of way animal rights folks are trying to make personhood a reality for instance, or at least some.
So I think it might be worth considering a ballot option that is just like, hey, let's use this list. And clearly there are objections to it, but I don't know what the better alt is right now. Because it seems like rights and duties fall into like some of the same concerns about limitlessness.
I
Am I
didn't hear
mumbling?
the end of that sentence.
It just seems like since we haven't, you know, like we can move on to consider other options, but considering like rights and or duties or something similar to that falls into some of the limitlessness concerns that instance does, I think it's like worthwhile to hold on to it or try and do a resolution option that includes it and let people decide if they want the contrary table or, you know, something that might be harder to.
I think it's worth holding on to. I don't know that we've vetted rights and or duties sufficiently to be like, gotta include this on the ballot. I don't like, yes, I think we should keep it as a phrase that we discuss, but I don't know if we're to the point where like, these are the res phrases that we're ready to res at the moment. So
Yeah, I kind of view this as us creating a list of options that we will debate tomorrow and vote on Sunday. Yeah, this is an option to consider, right? Absolutely, customer reservations.
Yeah.
Yep.
They do better than us.
I'll add it to the agenda now too. DCH, do you want to update us on your concern before the break happens?
There's probably something there, it's not a record, so I'm finding anything that make me think, that there's a curve is super significant, for the arguments and the arguments, I think, but not this layer, that says you complement stand up. So I looked at a lot of the problems,
That's about what I think too. Are there other things that people found in their pre-lunch research that would shape some of these conversations?
Has anybody done any work on it? Legal capacity to possess rights and infer obligations, that's crazy.
That's in like almost all of the public parts.
Okay.
There are different verbs attached to that, which is like, I see ability, capacity, and competency are all used, it seems, interchangeably before that.
My take on that is that constitutes the definition of what it means to be a person, but there's no like definition of that phrase beyond that.
That's what I was wondering, because when we talk about like rights and obligations or whatever, a comparable phrase seems like, sorry, rights and duties, can't remember. It seems like rights and obligations are another version of that we could potentially look into, and what that would mean if we didn't want to use personhood.
Legal obligation actually has a really weird niche meaning that I don't love as much. The definition I have found for legal obligation is a legal obligation is specified for against state. It's an obligation which would form basis of judgment against state in court of competent jurisdiction should legislature permit state to be sued. I kind of like duty. Duty is defined, or legal duty as defined, an obligation arising from contract of the parties or the operation of the law, that which the law requires to be done or forborne to be a determinate person or the public at large, correlated to a vested rights and coextensive right. I think that just sounds good, makes sense, it's pretty precise. It includes being sued, which Danielle mentioned. Liability is something else that I found. The definition for that one, a legal liability is a liability which courts recognize and enforce as between parties litigant. That could be an option. So like the non-rights bearing, non-human, whatever we call it, entity can be seen as a party litigant. That is a form of obtaining legal personhood. So we can use the word liabilities instead of duties in my mind. But I think rights has to be there. And then it's a question of and or insert word. Responsibilities, I've found no precise definition for. Obligation, I think, is weird and comes with some strings we don't want because it can be defined in weird situations, but duties and liabilities are where I'm kind of excited about. And I've sent those cards to everyone. Shout out Black Slot.
Oh, this is just a random, but I just found one of the cards in the topic paper says that word legal personality we've mentioned earlier. That's just what Australia uses instead of person. So we probably should not use it.
The term legal personality appears in lots of US treaties.
Yeah, but the part is like it means exactly the same thing. It was instituted by Australians and now people are using it.
I think DCH is working on a scratch pad or like things that we need to investigate more, sort of towards the bottom of that working doc, that just kind of like, these are the phrases that we have identified. So like the verb options of acknowledge, confer, invest, recognize, and then sort of like the instances of legal personhood, rights and duty stuff that we've already discussed. I thought somebody, I know on Facebook somebody raised an objection to the non-human language. I don't know what the alt is to that. It doesn't seem like we as a committee have talked about any other phrasings of that. I know we talked about the dash and whether or not that actually did anything.
Looked it up, has no difference. They're synonymous.
If it's areas specified, you don't need to use non-human, you could just use legal entity.
Right.
Well, the objection was that it's too limiting.
Yeah.
So let's be like.
There is.
What does it limit out except? What you said you want to go with that?
Clones, super soldier.
But if AI is also on the list, oh, I guess clones, okay.
Organs.
I mean, it seems like the purpose of whatever
Oh,
that
okay.
non-human at the end, if I'm wrong, the only purpose of it is to say something that doesn't currently have rights. So why don't we just, or something that doesn't currently have legal personality, whatever term we use, so why don't we just write it that way?
What makes the spell review better? Assuming that the common thread is that the things are not human. If you just mean find a different way to make every entity not a human, that's fine.
The topic paper has a lot of definitions for expand the definition. So expand the definition of legal entity wouldn't require a list, but would avoid non-human language.
Legal entity, though, I don't think is well defined enough. In my mind, it's so broad, it is just legal existence. And that, in my mind, is everything and anything under the sun in a way.
A lot of the entity cards in the topic paper do describe it as rights and duties. Like, so that's
The scary thing about legal entities, I looked into it before the topic committee, I didn't have any cards because I was kind of deflated by the definitions on Westlaw, is that they have it like an all-inclusive quality to them, so they'll include like the word and, that means like you have to have all the rights and duties, which is like, freaks me out personally.
If we have a 2-item list, do we need a word like non-human entities? Sorry, yeah, that was really mumbly. I said if we have like a 2-item list, do we even need a part of the phrase of the resolution that has a word like this?
In my mind, there's the option with a list, and then which is more specific, and the option without a list, which is just not like whatever Harmon's is, like the non-rights bearing or not yet a rights bearing entity. I like that one because to me it's more specific, ties it back to the object of the resolution, which I think is great and makes sense in terms of like you're looking at it as an advocacy even. That would, if I read that, I would be like, that I guess logically I understand. I don't know, I just think that would also help with the non-human questions, like if the non-list version says the US should confer, grant, attribute, insert DCH to prefer to like rights and or duties of legal personhood or legal rights and or legal duties to not yet rights bearing entities. I could like that as a non-list version instead of non-human.
The thing I'm having trouble falling in love with rights-bearing entities is that its definitions are not totally synonymous with like the first phrase that's being used, right? Because rights-bearing entity means having the status of legal personhood. And so it's like inconsistent with the first phrase in the resolution where we're twisting ourselves in knots to not confer legal personhood and then says like two things that don't have legal personhood. So do you, in so fact, have to establish legal personhood to change the status of rights-bearing entities?
In my mind, it's one of the phrases that limits out corporations without us having to have a list, which is really nice. Corporations are given rights in the status quo, and other things like animals, nature, AI, tech are not as much. I hear what you're saying as well. So just the pro for me was the question of corporations, because I am more scared of those.
What's the dissent to non-human? Sorry.
Being human and having personhood are not related concepts.
Well,
Like the vast majority of evidence in the topic paper has to distinguish these as like not relevant.
You can be a legal person and not a human, but you can be a human and not a legal person.
What's a human that's not a legal person?
Fetus.
Currently, there's a lot of debates about disability and sentience, whether or not someone is fully awake, someone has full capacity. Rationality is another one people use, even though I think all are critiquable from many angles.
Kind of like just a question though out there. So a lot of these articles will distinguish a legal person from a natural person. So like is a legal person not, or what's the, I'm just kind of curious for other people what the distinction, like does legal person and natural person meet up anywhere? Do they overlap in all the places?
I feel like they're in background.
Okay.
I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, I think legal person is just, we will just recognize person for the purpose of this law.
So it doesn't require. Natural person is where like the human conversation comes in, it's like all humans are natural persons.
Okay.
Could we just say like non-corporate entities? Makes, well, that leads to the like fetus settings, but like, if the concern with is, if we're just trying to limit out the corporate apps, can we pick a phrase that is more about that?
Let's get into the disability arguments and the rights of children.
The
So,
DAs are
that-
way worse to that because they're like closer to being, like they are human, but they're closer in nature to what a person is.
Non-corporate entities seems like it would limit out AI and technology, right? Because aren't those owned by corporations? That sounds silly, but like, how do you define corporate?
I think
I
it's
know
fun
that's
because you
silly.
can, like, in those apps, they name the AI directly. So it's like, for liability, for example, you're not suing the corporation, you're suing the AI system itself, which implicates the corporation who's in charge of that, but I think that language, I think, could still allow.
Also under the impression that if we don't have a list, the presumption would be that there are a large number of apps that can be read, and the only thing that's important that unifies them is that there are things that don't currently have rights, so that you have uniqueness or disease. That's why I thought non-rights very made sense. Just because like it guarantees non-uniqueness. Whereas like I don't think non-human necessarily or non-corporate necessarily does that, but I could be wrong. I just haven't. It's hard to extensively figure out everything that does or doesn't currently have a right. But it does guarantee that 2AC can't take the thumper that this thing already has rights.
Like corporations have like a right to speech, but they don't have a right against self-incrimination. So are they, because they don't have like the fulfillment right, does it make them a rights-bearing entity or a non-rights-bearing entity? Does they have any rights?
I mean, I think if you have any rights, you're a rights-bearing entity. There's a card that like pretty explicitly is like rights-bearing entity is not, or like corporations are not bearing. It's kind of where it is.
Under a federal law, like rights-bearing entity relative to what? Like if one state gave animals rights, would they then be rights-bearing entities, even if in every other state they didn't have any rights?
That's right, I have no idea.
Or the types of rights of like not to be vaccinated, etc.
I would presume that if you're app or neg, you would say that the accurate plan is what determines whether or not the thing is rights-bearing.
Yeah, but then that gets into a whole other set of specification questions and willingness to.
Sure, it's just like, it seems like if you have a right, is like, does the actor you're talking about see that you have a right? Because like, literally everything, like even nature, you would say that is rights bearing because like, Ecuador says it's rights bearing.
You know, like,
In the United States.
I could be wrong, but like, don't animal cruelty laws imply that there's some kind of like right of bodily integrity for pets?
No,
No.
I just looked this up.
Okay.
It's more of a moral right on the owners of the property to do well, to prevent their moral corruption where they may do violence to humans.
Okay.
I thought that was like the core counterpart.
But a great question. Yeah. I learned things today.
Yeah, okay.
It's a throwback, but what about novel to American law? So entities novel to American law.
It would still,
Okay, but they wrote
So I know obviously companies have like some, capacities of personhood, like the speech being the biggest one. Are they legal persons? Like, is it accurate to say companies are legal persons?
Companies and ships are the two non-human.
Or could we just say like that are not legal persons? But clearly.
But we've already agreed that legal persons is a fiction.
I mean, yeah, that might be like a well-defined fiction.
That's true.
Yeah.
I don't know that legal persons is a fiction. I mean, it shows up a ton.
Legal person is definitionally a legal fiction that allows you to interpret what's to do with natural
thought our complaint with legal persons was that we've only got 2 cards that sign it.
Well, like, is a legal concept is. So like the
Topic is sort of.
the like card, the like Bryson card in the topic paper says like legal persons are fictive, divisible, and not necessarily accountable. So it's like fictive and that it makes it usable in legal settings.
Which card?
So in the Bryson 17 article, it's in like the convert definitions. In that article, those people are like pretty explicit that like legal persons, legal personality are fictitious to allow the law to operate. So like, yes, it's all fictional, but for the sense of making, the law work, which is what are not fictitious are natural persons. In the same sense, like citizens are fiction.
From what I've found, the category of law that legal personhood is all legal fiction, meaning it applies in the what as ifness. That's what they call it. It sounds funny, but in court, they're like, we should assume this corporation or animal or whatever is a legal entity in this context, which is the right? It's not specific to time or place when used in rights. In that context, it's like all of those will be fictional. But I think the difference between natural and unnatural persons is less important because all of the even if you are a natural person, you are not afforded the same rights and duties of legal personhood. That's the distinction between human and legal person that we already talked about. I don't know. I also just don't know if this would be useful for the resolution as much. I'm more interested in how we describe the tenets of legal personhood or what makes that up, which is rights and duties or incidents or whatever it is. I just don't know how much natural personhood matters. But it's also just what I found research-wise.
This may be a productive question. Are there things that we agree about in terms of your moving forward with the resolution? Because it's hard to balance all of the moving things simultaneously. So it's are we all agreeing? I'm saying this as if I agree, but I don't even know if I do. Are we all agreeing that the resolution is starting the United States should, and not federal government,
We haven't had that conversation.
Yeah, we haven't-
So I'm certainly not agreeing to that right
Okay,
now.
I only ask because every resolution that is written in this thing right now says United States. I was just are there any parts that we're in agreement on that can help move us forward in the parts where we disagree or clarify that, or is it all disagreement?
We haven't had a conversation about anything to agree on. Yeah. What would you like us to, USFG versus US? I don't agree to US only, so.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just
I'll
trying to
be the
think of
spoiler there, but what other questions do you think you could maybe find agreement on?
It seems like there's agreement that there ought to be a list topic that has a verb and a thing. A list of 2 items, and then a non-list topic that squares the circle on non-human entities, non-rights bearing, whatever else.
2 items or 3? Carmen says 3, right?
3 lists.
3
3
things
items
on the
list.
Oh, I don't care. Yeah, sure.
At least 2.
Yeah.
No less than.
Because it had nature and non-human animals and AI. I guess, did we have a discussion that I blanked out on?
Sorry, I forgot animals, my bad.
Future gen.
Super my
Thank you, and I insist that animals be on the topic.
Is future gens one that we're also still wedded to?
It seems like
No,
people are
nobody
failing
said
on
anything about being wedded to it. We actually, those of us who vetted it said, yeah.
My bad, wrong word choice. Just is future gens still
I think it's been.
Again, when we talked about it before, I think we were in agreement that we didn't think it was a thing that was
Yeah.
necessary beyond what would probably already be captured by nature or the environment.
And then if we do the list, then the concern was that it does open the door for the abortion apps in the list version, which it seemed like the list version was designed to limit out those apps. Yeah, I mean, fair, but that,
I worry about future generations, is like, you move around a bit, and like, this is impossible to find.
Okay, a list between 2 and 4 items, so there's 2 different things going on.
yes.
So it's like, when we were talking about the list, and it seems like we clearly want to have one with list and one without. It's gonna be whatever term we want for animals, whatever term we want for nature, and whatever term we want for AI, and then it doesn't sound like anyone is saying future gen, so it's gonna be like 2 or 3
I think
of
there
those.
is a desire to have a conversation with future gen, my understanding.
It seems like
Maybe
we
not.
can maybe resolve quickly. Is there anyone who wants to have that conversation?
I mean, it did seem like at some point there was a desire to have a conversation about corporations, which we have also not really talked about today, other than the abstract.
Yes to that. Future generations, one more time. Nobody so far has made a case for why that needs to be actively included in the resolution, because most of what Shintae, DCH, and I found seem to suggest that it is captured by environment and or nature, and that there's also a difficulty about what word we would put in, because future generations is awkward. It may also have abortion baggage, and because the other way that it's referred to is intergenerational justice or equity, which seems weird to throw in when the other things on the list would be AI. Just seems like a weird. Then there's also the fact that it actually is humans, right? Because the future generations we're talking about are humans. So it's like, gets back to when I said apples and oranges and then some other exotic fruit like kiwi. That's like future generations is kiwi, right? So I don't think, unless somebody wants to make the case for why it needs to be actively included in the resolution as opposed to could probably be captured by whatever we put as the placeholder for environment. I am of the opinion that we don't need to necessarily have further discussion. I think the debate is accessible, but this is just a week of 3 of us kind of spitballing it, and it's a big rabbit hole. There's a lot of stuff out there. So if somebody out in the crowd or anybody else in this room wants to include it, but so far we've not had an argument for why it needs to be included beyond the fact that it will likely fall under environment or nature.
I agree with everything Adrian just said.
Probably not.
We found a point of agreement, maybe.
Yay, no future gens.
So far I have the resolution as the US, parentheses FG, should, one or more of the following colon.
Urban things, yeah.
Cool.
I gotta take.
Or an alternate resolution that doesn't have 1 or more of the following.
Right.
And potential variants.
I would suggest maybe, especially because our chair just bolted, maybe take 5 minutes if there's some part of this that you're vested in, like what we need to talk about next or whatever, to go look at the compiled docs, since nobody's really had a chance to kind of, we have definitely, for instance, when we said, what phrase did we say before, personality, I control F personality in the compiled doc and it appears 270 something times. Like if there's some phrase or some word, before we invest in like, hey, we need to do new work on X, maybe go check the compiled doc on whatever your question of the moment is, and maybe it might be in there somewhere.
Sounds like a good idea.
have about personhood being intrinsically centered on rights, and that would be the second thing.
And it's like, I mean, you could even read like those probably best cards as you
And then
say.
there's topic specific.
I love a bit.
Anthro?
That was so hollow.
Yeah, the humanism ones.
Oh, there we go, never mind.
That's also an advantage.
Sure. Okay.
What is the cafe outside of the?
Like property, isn't
Oh, yeah. I mean, in that case, we also pass it, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
They've all worked for like a minute.
You're saying CAP is including rights?
I just imagine that that's the better link, but like,
Yeah.
does the cafe link the app of this like things have obligations but not rights?
Yeah, I can't think of a different criticism.
I don't know, is the app gonna affirm that?
That's the link.
In order to have an obligation, you gotta have some property that can uphold that obligation. It's like, if I'm gonna sue you, I gotta get something back, right?
Our obligation, I guess we don't have a card that says our obligations are only enforceable vis-a-vis a lawsuit. Like, doesn't criminal law impose a set of obligations that are enforced differently?
So what does imprisoning the autonomous card do?
I don't know.
I don't know what some of these criminal law results are to.
Put that drone in jail.
Imprison the drone?
There are definitely things that say we should have criminal penalties for AI. Like that.
Right, and
Yeah,
I'm
that's 100%
asking,
thing.
in the real world, what in the F does that mean?
The person who owned the drone would go to jail because that drone would now be considered an employee.
But
of
isn't that the
corporation.
quo?
No,
If
but
you own the drone and you use the drone
Yeah.
to do bad shit, then don't you go to jail?
in the future is if we invent a robot that is capable of thinking for itself and it kills people, it can go to prison. That's the logic of those things.
So the remedies
Yes.
discussed in the area is not like punish the robot, it's more like if you were to assign a limited liability to algorithmic entity, then that has some like corporate law implications, so then you would probably have to mandate things like minimum capital requirements or insurance schemes so that you could compensate for the damages if it occurs. But I think the distinction is that if you were to sue a manufacturer, that could be difficult under the status quo understanding of tort law, because manufacturers could just say that algorithm was doing its own thing, so you can't hold us liable. So I think it's more like a threshold for determining what harm is, and that is different if AI were to be granted personhood status.
Yeah, in the status quo, corporations can also be held criminally liable. So
Right.
you
Yeah,
could,
it's different categories
Yeah.
of type of algorithm, so it depends upon how the algorithm is coded, and if it's identified as completely autonomous. Because if it's completely autonomous now, there is no ability to attribute liability unless within the initial coding procedures, that autonomy was created in the code to tell the AI to autonomously decide in a certain way. Like the antitrust stuff about AI was all about did you code AI to
Adrian's question was an
do bad
enforcement question though, which is how do you punish criminally? Do you send it to jail? And corporations have criminal liability, obviously they can't go to jail, so it's fines that aren't necessarily tied to damages. So you can fine a corporation, you could force them to spin off subsidiaries or wind up, I guess. I guess that's
But I think that's actually a neg argument that people make when debating against liability argument, because then you can't punish the AI, there's no punishment that really exists, so then what you just did was to grant the human operators a shield from
Right.
liability, because then you
Because
say, oh, it's AI,
only
it's
the
not me.
AI is
Yeah,
liable.
so that is the disadvantage.
Wasn't there someone who did go to jail though for an algorithm they created and price simulate on Amazon? It was posters or something. I'm pretty sure that happened in 2018.
Troop says that some AI crime people say that turning off the AI is a punishment that acts on its reward function. I don't like saying those words out loud, but okay. I'm a married lady. But then he says whatever goal it is trying to achieve is harmed by being turned off, so it is deterred by the threat of deactivation. Ooh, interesting.
Another problem
Shut it
is
down.
the AI is so far gone, turning it off doesn't stop. Like that's what some of the Google AI stuff says. It's so ingrained in everything about your company at that point. How do you turn it off?
Also reading one article that was like, what if the AI just win every lawsuit because it would have an AI lawyer? It's like automatically better than you are.
True. Okay. Where do we want to go from here? It seems like we need to have the USFG US debate at some point, but I don't think we have the research on that question. What do you say, Becky?
No.
Are there people, I know Adrian's interested in FG. Are there other folks that think that there is a viable FG version of the resolution on the committee? Or like that thinks it's worth investigating more? Or is the committee sort of like, the consensus of the committee sort of United States at this point?
I'm inclined to investigate more. I haven't found anything that resembles federal keyword in either of the people I've talked to, but I'm happy to look more. Outside of the AI IP thing. Like AI, intellectual property stuff obviously has a clear IP.
Yeah, I don't think it exists for the Americans.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you found that part that looked like it could be in that direction. Yeah, I could look more.
Like, consensus federal.
There's a
Strike
few
down.
in the topic paper for the nature section, and that's like the rights of nature stuff, so that has to be covered.
Do you know which cards those are, Jake?
I thought we thought there was some federal jurisdiction if things cross boundaries. Which nature and animals do.
Yeah, we thought that, and then the devolution counterplan was sort of brought up yesterday, and debate cheating arguments tend to.
The nature one, sorry, I'm in my edited version of this. If you go to the area section, it's the.
Which doc is it? Sorry.
This is the initial topic paper.
Okay.
On page. Yeah, it's A2 states counter plan, and it is page 165.
Someone who was more involved in high school last year, was the interstate compacts counterplan competitive with federal government? Because doesn't the federal government isn't part of the interstate compact that federal government represented?
My kids went for the interstate compact counterplan and were pretty successful on it.
Yeah, it was definitely competitive. There's like some debate as to whether Congress has to approve a compact, but I mean, you can also just not fiat that and then just say they would, or the states have to alone.
Like a yes, no kind of thing.
You said 165, Jackie?
Yeah.
And I also have no problem just saying, like, I'm a 2A, I hate answering the state's capital plan. My ideal topic, I would have to, so. I know.
The state's counterplan won a lot of debates on the life stuff.
There's also a card in the neg section of the nature stuff. It's under neg case. It's a third card, O'Donnell. It's about Ecuador, but it's talking about how like local actors aren't good at enforcement, which I think some of it says Fed key, but it doesn't exactly say it. I could imagine some learning against the state.
Right, there will be race to the bottom and shift
Yeah.
arguments, sure, like people will move to Arkansas they'll move their industry to Arkansas because Arkansas is the least likely to enforce stuff.
It definitely works for the specific river apps.
Yeah.
They would just shift to a different river.
I mean, the other, with the Ecuador scenario, the other argument that people are making was that the like municipalities or local governments that were tasked with enforcing, the way that you enforce it is by suing, and they didn't have the money to do
Yeah.
it, so they just couldn't afford to do it.
Yeah, that's what this is talking
The
about.
problem is the counterclaim can fiat past that, so it's like everything is.
Well, similar to my concern about like us just deciding to, in brackets, put but not abortion at the end of the topic. I have a problem again with sort of, look, I don't disagree that the state's counterclaim gets away with a lot of nonsense and bullshit, but I do not like the idea of us just kind of bracketing off what is a significant issue in the literature, which is that the states are the ones who have been doing this and are the ones who have solvency advocates, and for us to just kind of be like, but not that. Like, we have, controversy paper was written, and then a whole bunch of things were bracketed as, but not this part of the controversy. And so we have gutted it down to only talking about robots and maybe the rights of nature, but not in the context of states and not in relation to abortion. And so I just feel like we are artificially wrecking parts of the controversy.
You'd still get to read the state solvency advocates though, right? It would just be the act could say they were state action. So it's like, you wouldn't like falsely ignore that the states can do personhood rights.
I'm saying we are taking away a crucial neg argument.
My feeling about it is that putting United States in the resolution just creates a permanent the counterplan evidence debate about what the United States means, which existed on the 1415 topic. Because that one had United States as the actor of the resolution, but people still read and were successful with the state's counterplan that just requires the 2NC to read like 3 cards defining the United States as the federal government.
We're not act just crazy. I don't know.
The counterplan solves.
Yeah, the counterplan would solve the state version.
I don't think you can exclude the state's counterplan from any reading of the topic because of the way to define the United States. But like maybe United States would exclude like an interstate compact or something. But I don't even know if that's true because I mean I remember 1314 the card or 1415 the cards that are like US equals USFG were like fine enough and negative to win and be confident for the state's counterplan.
I guess one question is, when people were doing the research in their areas, were they seeing evidence that was like state versus federal? Like, I'm not even saying that our answers to the counterclaim, just that are at all comparative or like even care who the agent is. Because that was just like the one thing that I noticed in the nature stuff is I just didn't see cards that even like, they were like, there should be a right of nature in the US. I don't know if that's the sense you got as well in that.
Yeah, that's the sense I got. I mean, part of the literature was like Pittsburgh did it, Pennsylvania tried to overrule Pittsburgh, and then it was struck down. And so it became sort of the rights of nature of Pittsburgh was a thing. And then the other sort of example was a case suing for the rights of a river in Colorado, and the AG threatening to disbarred the lawyer, and the case never proceeded from there.
So like, I mean, it's possible that other areas have this, but I just haven't seen it as a controversy. So I'm not sure if we're limiting out a controversy by not saying FG. But if someone has seen cards that it's a controversy, I'm like 100% open to change my mind. I just was more so curious if anyone has.
I think one of the deals though with using 1415 as an example is the term all or nearly all was in the resolution in the United States followed it. So I do worry a little bit if we have the United States should confer, insert whatever language, but we do have the singular state affirmative. So it's not going to be nearly all, and then you can limit your AF to just that area. and you don't have much of a spillover DA.
I'm sorry, how does the app interpret United States to mean one state?
Or two.
Yeah, usually rivers
Chesapeake region.
Okay.
have both states.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the small asks are inevitable Fed keyword, right? Like, couldn't Fed just recognize the rights of the Chesapeake?
But it would lose the state's counterplan.
Yeah. Well, maybe.
No, I don't know, it wouldn't, but like, in theory, that would be the concern. And also you would get the politics, DA, your spillover DA would be about federal law, so it would get a little bit stronger as opposed to state law. I don't know.
I guess on the environment movement type literature, the local is best evidence is out there. There is comparative evidence about those groups being the ones that are ultimately protecting their environment. And any federal government involvement by the EPA is like a poison pill in Arkansas. So
In terms like nationally or nearly all jurisdictions help?
Oh. No. Really throughout all of it?
I mean, I think the weird part is for the way that the federal ones would be enforced is by guardianship, which would default be local.
But
Not
necessarily.
You
Yeah,
have an
fair.
NGO do it,
Yeah.
I mean, they would be local institutions.
I just don't think that the literature talks about who the NGO is that would be the
Well,
guardian
in the
in
context
any
of
of these
Chesapeake,
things.
there is like a Friends of the Chesapeake
Sure.
NGO. Like,
Right.
so, I mean.
But I don't even know if the literature's like, that's the one that should take over protecting the Chesapeake, because there's lots of dissents to the Friends of Chesapeake or people's criticisms of it in a random article or something. Right, so like, I don't know.
Sure. My concern is if we don't say USFG, we just say US, what happens to the politics DA, which at this point feels like the core of at least the fall? Like, what do we?
Well, the midterms DA is the core of the fall.
Yes. But like, do those things link if it's 4 states?
I mean, I feel like if 4 states recognized something, the judicial implications of that would be, they would start to be sued on the same grounds in other states. Like, I feel like there's spillover links to all of the things, maybe not to politics, I don't know. 'Cause
I think if like a bunch of Chesapeake states recognized whatever environment, other states that don't like that could actively say, we are not going to do that in our state.
What does that mean in this instance? Like, yeah.
Well, so then that means like there's no spillover DA.
Right,
Like if
but there's
other,
no link to the biz
Right.
DA, or, yeah.
yeah.
Uh,
I mean, to be fair, that has actually happened where I think
Yeah.
Michigan did it or something along those lines, and another state was like, no.
Yeah, I mean,
We
even
even
with,
tried that, that's not, or attempted to try that,
right,
that's not.
I mean, even with the happy case, like I've seen articles that are like, what happens to elephants in other states, and it's like, oh, nothing happens, they didn't recognize it in their state, so.
I mean, it's definitely worth investigating. I just, like I said, I have not seen literature talking about it in the context of agents in any way, shape, or form. And I think that's a problem.
I agree that like my initial inclination is if it says federal government, we need to make the areas as broad as possible, or maybe not even have areas, because like I just haven't seen a Fed key card outside of the intellectual property thing, which like you can say only the federal government can do intellectual property. And like we got one out.
I didn't do the environment side of things, but let's say the Chesapeake side of things. What are they establishing this from whole cloth, or are they using rights, duties, obligations, or whatever from within state constitutions? Or are they citing the US Constitution?
I don't think you need to cite either.
The stuff I have seen says
here are countries that did this thing. This thing should exist in the US.
Yeah, New Zealand did this thing, Ecuador did this thing, India did this thing, we should do this thing.
So it's like, they just don't seem concerned about the actor. There are parts that say phrases like legislative or constitutional in them. It's like, they just don't care about the process. They seem totally unconcerned. Which, like, I just don't know what to do with that. But we could also just say, like, I don't know, go for theory and get over it. I don't know, like, that's not really an ideal solution to it, but.
Well, does the United States require like a majority of the United States?
We don't, so I think it'd be good to maybe do more research on the United States, because I think ideally it would be nice if there's like, if there's some term for the agent that strongly implies that it's a federal action, but doesn't preclude the possibility that it could be the state. So like, if you find that, then app could get politics, but you know, or they could.
In the context of like the single state examples, like the two state examples, if they're even just reasonable cards, that like it has to be all or nearly all the states, then the normative case for, if you're driving for T, then the standards for why we shouldn't have to debate single state apps are so strong that it seems like you would at least have that as a backup option.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree with you, but I don't want to work
Could you repeat that one more time?
I don't, we are looking for cards like that in the legalization topic, and I don't remember things like that. That doesn't mean we shouldn't look, but I'm skeptical of it.
Hopefully within the last 7 years.
Emerging legal scholarship on
files or before looking at, I can probably find that.
Yeah, I pulled up my file. There's nothing in there.
Okay. Are there, so DCH did the sort of like the scratch pad, here's how you insert, create a resolution. Are there versions of a res that somebody wants to advocate that is distinct from insert, pick your choice of US or USFG, acknowledge, confer, expand, vest, recognize, and then instances of legal personhood is the third word, and then non-list option and then list option. Are we at the point that it's like that's the template for the res? Are there other templates that I haven't seen people advocate for, so that if we divvy up these as the research assignments?
You no longer want a rights of nature resolution?
I mean, I think it's okay. I just definitely needs to be investigated, but I think that it goes along the same lines of what Clark has advocated, should expand the rights of nature. I don't know that it does anything in terms of like limiting anything out. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think the only thing that would be different would be just put rights and not duties, but I feel like that will just depend on what the duties definition say.
Right. I feel like if duties is there, it has to be the and or. I think the conversation that we had before because of or, but and it definitely the duties does not seem to be what the animal folks are talking about.
DCH, do you want me to put like the other words we talked about for duties underneath that option, like it's.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
If there are words that people have mentioned that did not get included in this list, I tried to add some to AI machines that we can kind of come up with a coherent list of things to investigate that we need to have cards on.
Sorry, it's alphabetical, I did not catch that.
Yeah, I keep making DCH have to redo it every time I
No, no,
add
no,
something,
I'll
because
do it again. I just find it easier to sort it, if there's no other hierarchy with the sort of things.
that's fair.
I have a question. In the compiled doc, there's a Chesterman 20 card on page 54 of the document. And in it, in like subsection B, which goes from 54 to 55, it says, legal personality brings rights and obligations, but these not be the same for all persons, even among natural persons. It is possible to grant only rights without obligations. On the other hand, AI legal personality can come only with obligations. Which seems to me to have the same function as like incidence of legal personhood. As well, confer legal personality is the phrase in that Colorado complaint for giving the river legal personhood. It uses the term confer legal personality. Although it doesn't necessarily solve limits concerns, how do people feel about confer legal personality or vest legal personality compared to like confer instance of legal personhood or vest instance of legal personhood? Because it seems like the phrase legal personality does the work of rights and or obligations, but implicit is the idea that there's flexibility about what that means.
What do we think the definition of personality is?
They're synonymous with personhood.
Sure.
I mean, yeah.
But in the way that it's described, in the efforts to describe that term, people make the argument that it is both rights and obligations, but doesn't necessarily have to be both at the same time.
So,
Does saying legal personality create the issue of this, like a status pick, where if it's legal personality, like is legal personality literally synonymous with rights and duties
A
of legal
bait
person?
20 card in the topic paper says legal personhood is referred to as legal personality in Australia. These terms are interchangeable.
So one's just Australia.
Chesterman's Australia.
That would make sense. The down under.
So like legal personality describes more what like gets involved or can be named in like court decisions. So like the ship has legal personality or the corporation has legal personality.
Yeah. I just mean like, would there be a way for the NEG just to write a counterpoint that was like, without conferring legal personality, the US should grant animals habeas? And then just be like, they're not legal persons, they don't have legal personality, they do have habeas. And that would basically be unbeatable against the habeas act.
I mean, it would just be the same T to beta if we said legal person. Or like,
Yeah, I agree with, that's the case for why there might be a difference between saying legal personhood, legal personality, or rights and duties of legal personhood.
it seems to me as we do this, like, we're gonna end up with one resolution that either says confer legal personhood / legal personality, one that says something like incidents, and one that doesn't use the word personhood. Just because it doesn't seem like we're gonna get consensus on any of them.
So with that question, so I've seen evidence going both ways, but some people say the way that the court decides whether entity is a legal person is by looking to see if they have rights.
Yeah, I've seen
So-
that also. But you could just fiat that they no longer they no longer use that means of deciding whether or not you're a legal person. Like establish that non-legal persons can possess rights and then afford rights to animals without declaring them legal persons. And if the topic says the act has to do legal personhood, then that competes.
But doesn't that depend on the rights in question?
Yeah,
Like, there are some definitions of like legal personhood that, like the ones we've all cut for like today and previously that describe what the rights of legal personhood are. So like, if you don't spec legal personhood in the resolution, but you describe what the rights and duties or obligations, or whatever word you use there are, doesn't that help get rid of that counter plan?
Yes,
Because
yeah,
that
yeah,
way,
if
like,
you-
I
if
think
you
what
s-
Danielle and I were saying was like, that way you just have the understanding of what those core laws are. You can either specify those or not, but by using rights and or duties, insert word.
Yeah, I'm not, this
It
is in
resolves
favor
the
of rights and
counterplan?
duties.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that at all. This is if you were to just say legal personhood or legal
Agreed.
personality. I agree with you.
Trying to think of solutions.
Yeah,
I guess that I think like even if it's legal personhood, I can imagine an app just being like, we're gonna do fundamental rights and like make the counterclaim not competitive. Because then app will just, it will be like a T debate on did you confer personhood by giving fundamental rights? And I think app will have evidence that say giving fundamental rights is recognition of personhood status.
if it just says legal personhood, I mean, I'm not as familiar with all the definitions as you all are, but if the rest just says legal personhood and not like rights and or duties of legal personhood, then T, legal personhood must mean to make a legal person. Seems like intuitively that feels like something scary for the neg to have for that pick. Like I get that the app could try to say what makes a legal person is just the possession of rights, but if the resolutional phrase is like you have to give legal personhood, then the neg would argue that that means you have to make something a legal person that currently is not one.
Yeah, I guess that's true, but I think that that's a debate to be had, because like even like the curfew argument was just another way of understanding what conferring personhood means, so I think
Yeah, I mean,
that debate will still.
There are possible competition.
I don't know about habeas, but I feel like if you were to give something standing, that a function of that is they grant the person. So like what, yeah, was just saying about being tenuous. So there's some of the actions, some of the rights, if you were to grant them,
Why?
makes it a legal person.
That might be true now. Why can't the neg just counterplan to say that, you know, we fiat that now you don't have to be a legal person to sue, and then we grant non-legal persons the ability to sue. And I get that it's like fake and made up, but you know, like the neg is gonna try to do that kind of thing.
Well, and it's not necessarily made up though, that is, and I mean, I'm worried that the app is gonna do this, that courts and jurisdictions do limit it to a particular context. Like, there is, just like with what Alito wrote, Alito was like, oh, but this doesn't apply to any other law, right? There is gonna be somebody who makes the argument that happy doesn't apply to any other thing, right? So, yeah, there are going to be people who will, for the app or the neg, who are gonna interpret it as this does not apply in any other context, so therefore no scope.
Sure.
How do we resolve that though? Like,
Oh,
No.
I don't think it is resolved.
yeah, okay.
I'm saying that that is inevitable on the
Yeah.
other side, and I'm just saying I don't think it's made up. That's all.
Fair.
And I think Clarence' argument earlier was that the reason to prefer rights and or obligations or responsibilities or duties or whatever over incidences is because incidences is more likely to be applied to one particular circumstance. So incidences is happy the elephant, and rights and responsibilities is a broader term that is more likely to link to a spillover DA, which is good for balancing ground in the resolution.
Right, like I think it is fixable slightly for the risk that the app doesn't, because I don't like the word incidents, because I feel like that does very much narrow the context or apply to a specific context, rights, under duties or obligations or whatever seems broader and more likely to have a spillover. My concern is that incidents can be very narrowly construed, meaning the one DA that's supposed to be very topic specific is done.
I agree we want to preserve the spillover DA as much as possible. Why can't a right be narrowly construed?
Oh, I think it could be too, I just think incidents is even
Yeah,
more
that's
likely to
fair.
be narrowly construed.
But like, is there anything that stops the app from fiating it? If with either phrase? Okay.
That's why.
Yeah, you're saying it's inevitable.
Sorry, we can stop the app.
Like, not stops as in like, you know, theory prevent, I mean like literally like they're unable, something about the res, the wording means that it can't be narrowed in that way.
I got the impression from reading the incident stuff that like saying this is something you get and does not apply elsewhere describes an instance. Getting a right, you would say, this is something you get, and then you'd have to read evidence that it doesn't spill over.
Right, why can't you say like only Happy the elephant gets it? No other elephant. It is still true that Happy the elephant, you know, gets the right broadly, but that's it. It stops at Happy.
That won't stop people from trying
Yeah.
to, like, I think the word right or duty or obligation or whatever gives the neg at least an argument that you have to be broader / more likely to spill over. And so likelier to win a T argument if you're just happy. By contrast, incident lends credibility to can be unique,
That particular,
specific set of
yeah,
certain
sure.
narrow circumstances.
Because you give a right to something, then somebody else gets to sue.
Still sue to claim that they also.
Because that one got a right, this one should also get a right, which then creates a precedent that then can be used versus.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, that's at least the spillover-ish argument. It seems intuitive.
One thing we could do that's maybe a little odd is use the phrase absolute right. Because absolute rights cannot be
That sounds really scary.
limited. I mean, it does resolve.
Use this as the moment to remind everybody that I will not vote for words we have not thoroughly vetted, so.
Well,
We did, no, I'm not saying we weren't gonna vet it, this is my opportunity to say that while we're still in day one.
Yeah.
That's what day one is for, is to throw out words.
Any words we throw out there, just a casual reminder, we gotta vet them.
I agree with that. I was just saying, like, there are modifiers for rights that mean that they can't be limited. I don't know if we would want to add that or if then the like, except for when having this right causes extinction counterpoint becomes competitive, and that sucks.
So this is a weird question, but with the rights and incidents discussion, can the neg say, read some sort of counterplan that does very similar thing and we'll call it, it will be like an incident?
Yes.
Well, if they win that is competitive, like you have to read definition cards.
The question is, does it?
I don't think so. Right. Like it depends if all the things listed under incidents are just rights and duties.
It seems like the app would have advantages to why it shouldn't be just a particular instance. To answer that kind of one.
But I mean, theoretically, the dissent was about, like, let's say it causes spillover to evil personhood, and then it's like apply rights in the context of the environment, so that'll be incident that's competitive because it's not establishing rights.
So the app does what?
I don't exactly know because I don't know, like, under the incidents version, what is an action that describes bestowing a right to an entity, but I guess if the distinction is rights have to apply across the board, across time, across context, and incident could be particular context. If the incident counterplan is competitive. And what are the options?
I don't think so. One of the incidents listed is capacity to be the beneficiary of special rights. So I don't think saying the word incident would be competitive. Do you just mean like a generalized pick out of rights though? Just like.
Yeah, so giving rights are competitive in either incidents or the rights version, right? So what are the incident affirmatives that are topical that would not be topical under the rights version, descriptively?
I think people were saying that they'll like specify manner, place, and time absolutely easy under rights and duties. I'm not sure if that's the case, but I think that was the initial basis for suggesting.
So so incidents could be like, for the purpose of patent law, we're gonna define person in this way, and then app can be like, we fiat for the purpose of patent law, so it doesn't spill over outside, but then that wouldn't be topical.
Maybe
under the
there's
rights
also a sense of incidents being like gradually acquired as opposed to all at once. I don't know if that means that then under rights and duties, the act would have to be all at once and then they could counterpoint to do it gradually. I'm not sure.
It seems like we definitely just need more rights definitions.
Yeah.
I mean, luckily that has to be a term defined in like every single legal dictionary. Yeah.
Well, I went down
right?
that rabbit hole for lunch and
It's very what?
deep.
The definition of right that I cut from Black's Law is top line is natural rights, rights existing as a result of contract, and rights created or recognized by law. It's a claim enforceable by legal means against person or community, a well-founded claim enforced by sanctions or right to which state gives sanctions and remedies, interest for infringement of which law gives a remedy, or a personal interest or claim which society is willing to enforce.
Yeah, the one that's like claim that's, I don't remember the exact wording, but
Claim
one of the,
enforceable by legal means against person or community.
yeah, that seems like what we would want it to mean. Because then that would avoid the issue that Young was raising, where the neg like counterpoints to not make it a right, but it's still like, you know, protected through some, like, you know, they call it an incident or a privilege or whatever. But if that's also enforceable by legal recourse, then that is just what a right is. So that might be a good meaning to try to achieve.
Is it possible to do a list resolution, but the list isn't the entities, but rather the type of rights and or obligations you could confer? So like, so there's an objection to incidents because incidents can be singular, like time or place or whatever. But some of the things on the list, like protection of life, liberty, and bodily integrity, insusceptibility to being owned, standing, are things that we want the app to be able to do, but we just don't want them to be able to do it for one thing and one time and place. So I'm asking if there's a way to make the list, what are the particular rights and or obligations that we want to confer, versus, and then just make the base broader to like non-human entities or something like that. So like USFG should confer to non-human entities one or more of the following, and then the list are things that are included in the Kirky tables that aren't described as incidents. So we don't put rights and or obligations in the base, but rather make the particular rights and or obligations we think the apps can defend the list itself.
Seems reasonable. It seems like the most difficult part of that is vetting what are all of them
Yeah,
in terms of solvency cards, not definitions.
The other thing is that if you don't also narrow entities, then you add stuff like corporations back into the mix, because they don't have all the privileges of personhood. So depending on what you picked from the like Kirky's tables, if you were like, the app can, you know, give X, Y, Z, or Q to anything, then that might mean there are corporate apps, there are, you know, human apps, I don't know.
Which may or may not be a good thing.
Yeah, yeah.
So it seems like we've been going, you know, kind of spinning our wheels on like rights and or obligations are limitless, or, you know, incidents of whatever are limitless, and trying to figure out what is a term that could encapture those, but like don't exclude small apps. So maybe it's just easier to say here are the rights or here are the obligations, because we all acknowledge that the better AI apps are the obligations and the better animals, nature apps are the rights.
So like, would it look like the US should establish one or more of the following rights and or obligations for non-human entities?
Or non-rights bearing entities?
Yeah.
Should confer on non-human.
This resolution would be
The
like
US,
6
maybe
words.
FG, should blank,
I just feel
to
like,
blank, for blank.
We love a Mad Libs.
I just feel like this brings up issues we kind of talked about earlier, like the legal standing thing then. Like, do we phrase it as right to be sued and then duty to be sued? Like, is that legal standing? Do we say like,
I mean, also just if the things like that Nick was saying about how one of the advantages of rights, like maybe the DA evidence just is good enough for rights and or duties. Like the thing you were saying about how like, okay, you know, other parties will sue because they lack the right, and that'll create like a chain reaction. If that's good enough, it could just resolve the incident. You know, just let the neg debate, it doesn't matter of the DA, and like the app will try to say it's narrowed, and the neg will say it can't be narrowed, and other parties will sue. Maybe those cards are just fine enough, and it's just a debate.
But we haven't seen the cards on that.
Yeah.
It just seems intuitive as the.
Okay, the Zenor 18 card in the topic paper, ZENOR, makes the statement that if you get personhood, you get standing. And then the cards we have to define personhood say that it is rights or duties intrinsically. If you have rights or duties, you have personhood. So those two together would seem to say, if you have a right or duty, you have standing.
I think that's what, I mean, I don't think that folks would disagree about that with personhood. They might disagree with that with legal personhood, is the phrase. It's like legal personhood is the more narrow subset of personhood. Personhood is like the far end of the spectrum where you have all of the rights and responsibilities and duties and all that stuff. Legal personhood, you just have certain things conferred upon you. I mean, it says legal means of acquiring personhood, and then it starts to use the phrase legal personhood, but like legal personhood is a defined, like the people that use the phrase legal personhood go out of their way to be like, we are not giving personhood by giving legal personhood, because they don't want to be.
Yeah, because
They're not people, right? Which is so like, so yes, conferring personhood, I think everybody in the lit would agree goes beyond legal personhood and giving those rights. Or at least that's sort of my take from the things that I've seen.
I think I like Banky's like respect the rights thing. I'm wondering if you were to spec the rights, would that be better as like a forward thing? So instead of having to let everything you define, like if the standing is the way that all other rights have to be operationalized, then make that as like a forward.
I'm just trying to think of like ways forward, because I feel like we have like repeated objections to things for a while, but we can only do so much airing of grievances. And so for me, like I understand Clarmon's concern about incidents, and so I'm not like super invested in that. But what I do like about the Kirky stuff are like the list, because it seems like the things specified as particular incidences are helpful in thinking about the type of things the app would do to particular non-human entities. And so it seems like a lot of the things we want the app to be able to do are described in those lists. We just don't want to call them incidents, because that makes it harder for the spillover disability. And so if like that's what we want the app to do, we could just steer more in that direction. Maybe.
Seems reasonable to me insofar as people know what rights they want to exist for what areas.
Yeah.
Like the right to like exist with bodily integrity or whatever that one is called seems like what most of the nature and animal stuff is about. I don't know which rights and obligations we would want for the AI stuff.
I think the ones would be on like the active instance, so like criminal law responsibility or like tort law responsibility.
Would it be a useful way to move forward for this to just do like let's write down all of the ones we have seen a card about in one of these areas, so that at least we have some idea of what we're talking about when we're saying this resolution?
Perhaps I'm just gonna break it down.
I'm down to the robots section of coding the topic paper. The nature area has only specified right to sue. Like that's it. The like fetuses section has only discussed right to like be a thing.
Right to
Which is connected to like ability to win suits, I guess. I don't know, like that's what a lot of these questions of standing. The robots section is all the opposite. So like, yes. So I haven't seen any of the like kind of long worded incidents that are in there. Which might be a good thing, because those are the ones that I was looking at, and I'm like, we would need to define all of these words of that incident, because it didn't seem very clear to me. Like, what was the one that was?
Cause like, for me, it seems like, you know, insusceptibility to being owned creates for, could be AI apps, although weird. Makes sense for animals and also makes sense for like water privatization, or like other public use type land stuff. So it seems like there's, you know, good advantages there. And the neg gets the econ disad because it would negate property rights. It just seems, and it seems like standing is inclusive. You know, I don't know what the special rights that you can be a beneficiary of, so like that seems like something we can just leave out.
Yeah, and then presumably like the right to own property is also another one.
Yeah, like capacity to own property could be interesting for AI.
And someone, I think.
I
someone
would
had
say, I
said
think
that
1 and
also-
2, you would probably want to avoid. I don't know what liberty is for some of these.
So is the purpose of this conversation that you think that these terms are going to be applied in a way that allows for the spillover DA? The reason why I ask is that's the purpose of the conversation, correct?
It's to chart a path forward, so we're not spinning our wheels on rights and or obligations is limitless, because you can do like one specific thing.
So my question would be, I mean, how is this not limitless?
I don't know how it resolves the limits question, but I don't think that we're spinning our wheel on rights or obligations being limitless. I think our argument was that we need to research those phrases. Because I don't necessarily know that our concern is that they're limitless terms, because there are a bunch of apps that are out there. Whether or not any of those apps are good is the question that I don't think we're gonna be able to answer in the next 2 days, is to figure out like which of these apps are good. And as long as there's a core generic that applies to all of these things, like the conferring of the right or the conferring of legal standing that creates a precedent, it seems like there's neg ground that way. And then just vetting the phrase rights or duties or whatever we end up inputting in our map lib and res.
So like for me, I mean, in the context of animals, for example, in bodily integrity, you might be able to provide the right for chickens to have a certain amount of acreage to be free range in order for them to live a happy and healthy life. And you stop there.
That app is always accounted by everything.
Which one?
Just make it illegal for companies to not give them that space.
What's the difference?
Well,
It doesn't give a
also,
right to the chicken.
well, there's also
Well,
the
the
chapter.
right is narrowly tailored. It's not like, it doesn't create an expansive spillover effect. It does the same thing as the counterplan. There's not a net benefit to that counterplan.
The counterplan does not give the chicken standing to sue or anyone to sue on behalf of the chicken.
So then
What happens if they violate it?
yeah, then the counterplan is not legally enforceable.
They're criminally liable the same way they are if you like beat your dog to death.
Yeah, like that's the difference between the animal cruelty law and a right of an animal.
It's different in terms of subject and object that I've found. That's the best language that I can find in this context. So like animal protections is something people advocate for, but that's seeing animals as objects is a thing. While rights for animals sees them as subjects of the law, which is more similar to legal personhood, and people group it all together. So people would consider giving an animal a right, giving them an aspect of legal personhood or a tenet of legal personhood. So that could be a right or duty of LP.
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, I feel like it, we're not at a certain point, like that is the spillover argument you have to make at a certain point is giving an entity that is not a human the right to bring suit, even if someone else is bringing it for them, is valid. Yeah. Like that has to be an argument, it has to be about who has the right to bring suit. And you just have to say, like, yeah, it's an animal cruelty law, or DA is not about the economy or the effect of this policy, it's just about we are right for instantiated. And it's like, that DA might not be very good, but that's the topic.
What I'm trying to say is people are still going to reduce the topic down to something that tiny, and I felt like that was the point of the conversation, was to figure out how to get the spillover argument. That doesn't sound unique with the other terms.
It seems like, and I guess like you only let happy the elephant not be owned or something like that. But it just seems like insusceptibility to being owned, capacity to own property, those are like pretty inherent.
I didn't read the happy the elephant case. What is this person?
It's the thing that's been referenced all day as an example of the small.
I know it's an elephant, but
It's-
what are they
it's-
suing about?
The circumstances are Happy the elephant has been in the Bronx Zoo since 1970-ish. At various points, there were promises made because elephants are social animals that Happy would never be isolated. Unfortunately, Happy's companions have passed away and the other elephants in the zoo are hostile toward Happy, so Happy has been in isolation for decades. Happy's space is also incredibly small, and so the argument has been made for both habeas reasons and cruel and unusual punishment, etc., that Happy deserves to be in a refuge with more space and companions.
So that's the same thing as like the chicken space thing, yeah.
Yes. Now that we're all caught up on Happy.
Thank you for those happy.
Sorry, fun fact, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure I wrote Happy when I was a child. Because Happy used to give rides. And the Bronx Zoo was 10 minutes from my house.
You don't make happy give rise anymore, do you? No offense, but.
Happy's in total fucking isolation.
Aw.
I'm probably more okay than most, certainly Brendan, from what I can tell with, kind of dissensus and disagreement at this point in the process. But I do think that it's probably inevitable, just because we're making judgment in the face of uncertainty, right? We know lots of asks, we don't know which ones of those are good. Might be a larger number than we want, a smaller number than we want. I think it might be worthwhile, maybe not right now, but before we break tonight, to propose ideas for resolution constructions that we think are worth vetting overnight, and then we can discuss those tomorrow. I think what Brendan has, I don't know if it's a good idea, but it's an example of something that we could pursue, which is one that lists a bunch of rights, something, a broad one close to either what Michigan or Klarman wrote. What are some other resolution constructions that we think are worth exploring further? Again, maybe we can talk about this at 5:30. They'll make us feel like we're doing something constructive as opposed to just kind of arguing, continuing to acknowledge our uncertainty and irresolvability of some of these issues.
Definitely right gender duties, I think, is worth
Yeah,
looking into for
so
sure.
US/USFG should insert verb that we like the best, rights and or duties in parentheses of legal personhood, to non-rights bearing entities / the following entities, list option or not. A lot of variation. It's fine.
Yeah, ideally, we find a lot of definitions for stuff and then we look at them and we're like, oh, this one's good.
That would be ideal, yes.
To resolve
I think we can agree.
Yeah.
I think what DCH is saying is that people should stake out that they will write and fill in some of those Mad Libs.
Yeah.
So Banky has the idea of one that lists the rights. Anna has the idea of one that has rights under obligations or rights under duties. Nailed down a version of that. Michigan has come up with a version, and Klarman is, what else? Are there other variable or other versions that we want to stake out there?
I think yours actually aligns with what's in the doc, is already is like a version of Mad Lib, so.
We think it's worth pursuing one that uses the term rights of nature, perhaps in conjunction with something else. United States federal government should vest rights of nature and right for artifice as needed. And if so, who would want to work on that?
What was the last part that you said, rights of nature and?
It could be something else, but so we proposed rights of nature. I think it's a term that's been vetted. I think there's been some interest expressed around the table about resolutions that have lists. That's one way of, maybe more elegant way of getting clumps as opposed to lists, or maybe another potential resolution is one that tries to limit based on listening entities that we have the best apps, like what Klarman suggested with AI, right of nature, and what was the third?
Non-human animals.
Non-human animals. And I don't have a strong preference for any of these yet. I think I will encourage my debaters to go for something like this resolution or this resolution based on my read of the lit, but I'm happy to work on any of these. It's just whether or not there are folks who have strong feelings about it and think that this is something that's worth considering.
I'm with you on let's think about some resolution. No, I mean, I'm trying to.
No, I
I'm
know,
trying to
I know,
deliver
I
it
know.
that I think it's a good idea. Like, I prefer the Michigan version too, but I think a bunch of people are like concerned that that might be limitless, so I'm trying to think of like a way to thread the needle. So, but I'm happy to like brainstorm how to just specify what the app can do to get around apps are too small. And, yeah. I've kind of a question, which might be like, the answer might be like, this needs to be vetted, but are people, in terms of a phrase, like novel non-human entities versus non-rights bearing entities, do people have a preference for one or the other? Or is the answer like, we need to vet them?
I think the answer is we need to vet them.
I think the word novel needs to go somewhere else in the resolution, because I don't think we want to describe it. Or like, I feel like we've talked about this a few times, but it's like, we want to say that the entity is novel to personhood, not that the entity in and of itself is novel.
Yeah.
Because I just don't want to make it like T, you can only read AI app.
Yeah, silly grammar thing.
But I don't know exactly how to do that, because it's just like a weird word.
Yes. We could just not use the word novel.
Okay.
I like that option. I will firmly say yes to no novel, to have someone say yes to something.
Well, I don't think we're too far off from where we are historically, actually. I think
We're way ahead of where we were.
yeah, we're like, we have resolution templates, and then we have words that we plug and play that we just need to vet. So like, I feel like we're surprisingly, given some of the grievances about the problems with the topic, I think that we actually have fairly good starting points of just terms that we need to vet overnight, and then we can kind of narrow down that list of terms as we vet. And so like, once Yankee adds the version that's like the rights version template, and we can figure out the terms that need vetted in that version. We sort of have two templates that we can make: a list version, a non-list version, and a rights-based version, and that gives us a direction towards 3 with interchangeable parts that we can sort of expand to give the community more options. Let me see what the chat term says. I just noticed there's a chat. Vic says, sorry, multitasking, pre-med questions as I'm listening.
You don't need to read the narration.
Yeah, I don't know. But as the determining terms, I found some kind of chatting that indicates what is included, excluded by certain terms. And the types of AFNIC ground generated or limited out by choices. The duties, responsibilities, and AI docs have been beginning to this. Probably end of day 2, actually. I think that's what we're talking about, right? Those are all day 2 comparison things. Okay.
So as we're gonna start vetting these terms more, Adrian wrote up that list of like ARGs. Are we like, do we want to vet terms against that list? Is that the easiest way of doing things?
Yeah, I think vetting terms against.
If we're in agreement that that is the neg ground.
Yeah.
If we're in agreement that that's the neg ground, we should be making sure that anything we make part of the topic links to those things.
I'm just apprehensive about states on that list and everything else. What's up?
Man, I feel like if there's a spillover link, there's a link to all the things in some way, shape, or form, other than maybe politics. So like, the spillover link got to be the core of when we're vetting things. Find the spillover link. If there's not a spillover link, it's a no-go. Right? Like it's a don't proceed farther if you can't find a spillover link to whatever term. Am I wrong about that? Because it seems like in order to get the links to all the other things, you have to have the link to the spillover.
You don't have to. I mean, there is probably an econ DA to the Chesapeake region. You just have to have a Chesapeake.
Sure. You just have to have a specific Chesapeake econ DA, but yeah.
Right. And there are also probably politics links or legitimacy links to specific thing, regardless of whether spillover happens. I do think spillover is pretty damn important, and we probably should proceed, but I don't think it is the linchpin of the links to all the other things.
Fair.
It's like, for instance, clog can happen even
But-
if, because other people will bring suits, whether or not it is upheld spillover wise. People will bring suits, but they'll just
Yeah.
get, they could get struck down, so there's no spillover,
Sure.
but
Okay.
there's still clog. So,
Sure.
I mean, yes, I think spillover is super important, but I disagree with your premise that it is the linchpin of all the other links. Now that that's on the record, we can proceed.
Sure. I do think that is, yeah. So are there things that people want to take from the list? Should we help Becky construct the rights version of the terms that we need to vet, and then we can divvy out assignments for vetting the terms on both lists as tonight's research task? I think that's the place to start, right?
I have so below, below scratch pad, there's something called resolution clusters, and go to double check to make sure that I heard people say it is what we were talking about. So broad resolution, couple different approaches, so mission approach, requirement approach. There are probably some common questions to that under that, we should probably list those. We have using a list of objects as the limiter, so AI, rights of nature, rights of animals, probably some questions to that under that. We have Anna's proposal to use rights and duties as a limiter, probably some questions about under that. We have Brendan's proposal to use a list of rights as the limiter. What do we need to vet under that? Does that capture everything? And there are probably some outside there's some outside questions like US versus USFG that is universal to all of these that we probably need to figure out. But is something missing or mischaracterized in this list? All right, so I think then we can just fill in like what are the questions we have to answer with this to come up with resolution proposals tomorrow, and then do what Nick suggested of dividing up who's working on what. And people should feel free to fill stuff in, because I don't know the answer to the vetting thing for a lot of those.
What is it, what's the one we're referring to as the Clarkman proposal in the broad version?
And rights only.
Rights bearing.
Sure. And maybe
How do we do the non-human rights bearing? I think that's a Michigan thing.
I think this
novel
is-
non-human.
Is under the broad.
That's the broad one, but the common one I think is a number 2.
Okay.
I'm mostly committed
Slash to be used in any of them. I think that's one of the things that like will be an option no matter what, in my mind at least. Every res has a list option of the entities, every list option has a version where the entity is just non-rights bearing entity.
Right.
So that's how I'm thinking about it. Like, the only things that change based on the resolutions on this Google Doc are just what the object and verbiage is.
Yeah.
Because, yeah. If that helps, I don't know.
So, seems like I think that protection of liberty and model
Danielle, I know you were thinking about duties too. For number 3, the questions I have for vetting include duties, better term question mark, and then rights and or duties like a list question mark. Any other things I should add? Because I know you were thinking about this too.
Did we play around with duties versus liabilities versus?
I have some definitions from just all of Black's Law because I can use with obligations, liabilities, and rights and duties.
Okay.
Nothing exists for responsibilities.
Okay.
So I have all that done. I can find more definitions if we want.
No, I mean, do you want me to look around for like non-Black's Law?
I'm down to look for those too.
Okay.
I'm just curious, are there any other issues with this option? Because I know you were liking this
No,
one too.
I really like that wording because to me that mirrors the rights, and one of those follow-on words is like what lawyers say.
Yeah,
And so that feels very like,
I like the precision.
not just that it's in the literature, but that those are words that if these kids are gonna go to law school, that's what they're gonna do.
I like that too.
Come on.
I'm a precision girl,
Yeah.
obviously, so yeah, that sounds good.
Thought I have about that one though is, there is a process-based K with rights. It would be nice if the corollary term also had process-based K. So like, there is a K of rights as a legal process. It would be nice if
define the K that
Of
fits with duty,
obligations or
obligation, whatever.
duties.
Cause like,
Many of those exist, I can promise you that, because a legal, well, it depends, legal duty definitely K's of that. The other thought I have though is duties can be interpreted legally, like it's an obligation you have to society to uphold something or to commit to something. But it's also interpreted philosophically, a moral or ethical duty. So that is another kind of interesting debate there, critically speaking.
I also think liabilities probably is a pretty good cap link, because
Yeah.
liability assumes a financial liability. You would be, like, liability is that you will be on the hook for money if the court finds you liable.
so like,
And so I think the cap link to that is very good.
yeah, given that rights are usually defined by their individual nature, liability seems like it fits in terms of K ground. But I understand that it's less K after.
KF ground, I love rights and or duties, because Fanon writes himself, we need a right and a duty, right, which is cool as hell, to like actually have more truly topical critical apps.
Yeah.
I think that would also just be great political capital for the TC.
Yeah.
To have like some KF ground that gets rid of all framework debates ever.
Right.
I say while Michigan's not here.
AK just walked in, he heard you.
Oh no.
Damn it.
But, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like the K of rights seems very different than the K of duties from a neg perspective.
I think yes, but I think it also allows for another link to be added to that critique. Like you have the K of rights, which is cool, as a take if you want it, but you also can have a K of what it means to have a duty to society. Duty is interpreted very differently in terms of philosophers and ethics. I know there's lots of different readings. It's also like LD wise, many kids have read duty type apps. Obviously, we don't want to base the college policy debate resolution off of Lincoln Douglas, but I do know for a fact there are many readings and critiques of societal wide duties that would be included, especially if we're using the phrase rights and or duties, because that's a term of art. Also, I have less of a need to have a specific K of both mechanisms. I don't know. I think that like there are enough Ks of what the duties that apps would define and specify.
I think either duty or liability, because that is the ability to, or the what allows you to be sued in court is going to link to the cap K. I mean, everything links to the cap K, but I think the links there are particularly good.
I just hate obligations, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
That one I just think gets us legally into a messy area that I don't want to wade through. I tried wading through it, I got confused.
Yeah.
Obligations have to do with what states do and owe. It gets into like social contract theory a little more than I think we want.
Obligation is much more about the like what the state or the government owes to you.
But that's also why duty still has good K ground, because there are Ks of social contract theory, which is what the K would be, to answer your question, Barbara. So I think we're good, no matter what K wise. I also just feel like the K on the neg is so strong already.
Yeah.
Who cares about needing more links to the plan? I want more ways for a critical app to be topical than more links to the K.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you prefer duty?
I am interested in reading more about duties and liabilities to see if we can find a list of either in the context of like the rights and or verbiage. Like maybe there's a whole term of art we can find. I just think I need to do more research on that part of the object of the res, even though like we know that's a good term in solvency advocates.
And I will also look for some stuff that if anyone's defining them. It seems like if that issue is solved, that res is pretty easy to write.
It's kind of why I like it. No, you're right, Danielle, because legal liability, the definition I have is a liability which courts recognize and enforce as between parties litigant. That would enable us to even write the res to mean like legal personhood being a litigant party, which is an interpretation that solves many people's qualms. It also allows what Carmen wants, which is a K of that mechanism.
What was your definition of legal liability?
A liability which courts recognize and enforce as between parties litigant.
You can't just do that because it wouldn't help the animal side of the topic.
Well, it would say or,
It
so
would say
you're,
rights
yeah,
and-
there's no
rights
animal
and
allowed.
or
Yeah, okay.
liabilities.
I missed the first part of the conversation.
I suppose that maybe there is. Maybe there's someone saying we should be able to sue animals, like.
Actually, it's.
Can't imagine there making a good argument, but.
I mean, there's a few people that say we should sue rivers for property damage or whatever,
But
but
this is
Who would pay them?
Right.
But Carmen, this is the OR paper that I kept finding. So
Yeah.
like the two different articles, one I cut, yeah, both I sent to you, I think. The reason why rights in or something matters is for animal law, because animals don't have social duties or obligations or liabilities.
Right.
People like juries are get laughed at it, like that would be the decision, so. They get the rights half, which is why I think it's still unified.
So I think we have just about a half an hour left of things. I think everybody's had an opportunity to brainstorm in the Google Doc, like things that we need to investigate for the two potential Redis templates that we sort of set up. Do we want to divvy up assignments, like a verb group or an object group, to sort of do that as our tonight research task? Or other things that we need to discuss about these things before we do that tonight?
Hi, Captain. Hi, Captain.
I think the agents question probably comes like last, and something we can figure out tomorrow night is the research project. We should be starting with the other portions of like that are verbs, whether it's confer, vest, recognize, etc. And then figure out what alternatives to legal personhood, because I think that that applies to both variations of the resolution, is like the high priority things to look at. That's my opinion. Somebody else can tell me if I'm wrong. I'm more than happy to hear that too. But it seems like those are the most pressing needs to construct resolutions.
Maybe an object.
Yeah, so like the object of like what are we giving rather than to the who, right?
No, I mean, to whom are you giving? Both what and whom seem like important questions.
Well, I mean the what we're giving, so like the to who seems a much easier research task and debatable. So like it seems like there's consensus that there ought to be some kind of natural entities, animals, or AI as part of the list. So figuring out the defined terms for those doesn't necessitate the rest of the things, and the what we are giving might shape the question of those things, I think.
Can I ask for the verbs list where some of these are coming from, like attribute?
That was later at, I think we're brainstorming, but they got open their cards on.
Yeah.
Because, well, like it looks, looking at the verb list to me, it seems like a few, well, they're not sorted this way, but like recognize and acknowledge and maybe attribute all seem more dangerous slash could just rubber stamp a right that like Pittsburgh gave or something like that. Whereas the other ones force you to create or broaden the definition.
I think that was part of the, we needed to vet those phrases, because I think that was the concern with recognize, was that it does rubber stamp things that we thought maybe acknowledging it in the law might.
Okay, I mean, I just don't think that acknowledge and recognize have a functional difference. I think they are both different from all these other things. I'm just wondering what we think those accomplish that is valuable, except that it maybe gives the app more ground to not really do stuff. I'm just saying we shouldn't waste time on those. That's my argument, basically.
So your priority of the verb options are?
Like, I feel like we should discern between confer, establish, expand, vest.
And vest.
Or if there's another synonym for those, but it just seems like recognize, acknowledge, and potentially attribute. I don't even know what attribute means, but those potentially are just like recognize India gave a right, or recognize Ecuador's, or recognize Pittsburgh's. Those all seem bad slash not what we want.
Based on the app that people have produced so far, the words grant, confer, assign, attach are all used synonymously in like the same articles. And bestow, that's like one that's the same, but attribute and recognize seem to not use those words if somebody has those as the verb.
Recognize appears more in descriptions of animal rights.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was in the non-rights bearing entity, or rights bearing entities cards used the word recognize also. Not that I'm attached to that, that's where it came from.
But those cards don't, there's no obligation on the recognizing engagement, which I think is agent. Yep, I see you, right?
Okay, I sort of agree with that.
But I'm wondering, that's why I asked where those came from. Did somebody have a defense of those? Was there somebody who was making the argument that you think those would be good to?
I think it came from the recognized discussion of like, we should look for alternatives to recognize. And so if we don't think that, I think we came to the consensus that the pick out of recognize or like be recognized wasn't really a, I mean, it's there, but it's not really a thing. Then I guess we should focus on the other versions. Jackie added, I should add the bestow from the list that Jackie just gave. So like bestow, confer, establish, expand the definition, and vest, I think are the terms. Was there another one that you added to the list, Jackie?
So I have all of that in the Word coding document, the verbs that are showing up, and then I put like author names under them. Legally recognize, grant, confer, assign, attach, attribute, bestow are the verbs that are in the cards we have.
Can you see them?
And I will say, besides recognize, like attribute, authors don't use those other words, but they seem to use it with the same meaning. So like, I think the only one that might have a different meaning is recognize.
Okay. So on the list of things that we should research, bestow, confer, grant, establish, expand the definition, and invest are the ones that we need to sort through. And if somebody at home wants to take acknowledge, attribute, or recognize, they can for the TC.
There are a couple articles, and I wasn't sure if this meant something, that use grant as a noun. And it says like confer or like establish a grant of personhood. I have no idea. It doesn't say what it is. It just like says that, and then we'll be like a solvency app.
You really know some lawyers.
Yeah.
They hadn't hit their work limit yet.
You're just making the stuff up as they go.
Okay, all right, so I think that gives us 6 verbs to sort of investigate tonight. Then the objects, the list is as rights-bearing entities, instances of legal personhood, legal capacity to possess rights and or incur obligations, legal personhood or variants of that, rights and or duties and variants of that, and sue and be sued.
Something on your computer and not put anything.
No, it's there. It's under Scratchpad Res Template 1. It's sort of like the the Mad Libs of.
Yeah, I will say I miss the ability for us to be looking at the screen with being able to see the same spot in the Google Doc.
I could probably pull it up on Could, but then that would mess with the sound if we recognize somebody. Like if we recognize somebody that in the home audio.
Something about property. Own property is another big one.
I know we included own property in the res template, the Scratchpad 2, of like the rights we confer. Do we think that like my sort of assumption with this version of the template is that the object is broader, and that because it would go with either a broad version of the res or the list of things that we grant those to. So like the smaller version there. So I don't necessarily know in this version we would want the list of rights that we're conferring.
So should there not be like sue and be sued?
I think that's the floor that some folks have wanted.
It just it seems like there's no like basis for sue and be sued absent sue and be sued, own property, and enter into contracts as like the list.
You have to say what you can sue for or about or what.
Probably.
I think presumably if it said sue or be sued and nothing else, the app would have to argue that that means over anything. So they can give any subset of it. Otherwise, there would be no app, right?
Well, I'm just wondering, do you have to, so you're saying the affirmative would have to define what they're suing over?
Or they could sue, I mean, I guess I could say they could sue over anything, but I doubt they would want to.
Okay. I think that's probably part of that process to figure out that version. And then I think it seems like a research task for tomorrow day, we can figure out the list of things, but the priority ought to be the other two things, the object, the main object and the verb. Am I wrong about that? Everybody sort of has their heads down in their computers, so.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, once we figure out what the US is doing, everything else should fall into place.
Yeah. So do people want to take specific parts of this list? So like these two subcategories, we could divvy that up for tonight's research task.
I would love to take rights.
So like this tab.
Yeah, I'll do my best. I think some other people are also looking at the thing that goes and or blank, but I'm also trying to figure out kind of phrases naturally.
I worked on the first subclass under that already, so that's done as far as I'm concerned. I cut all those cards definitional.
Okay.
wise. So I'm down to help with something else once everyone else goes. Oh, Carmen, I just sent you those cards too, so you can see them.
Oh, cool. I will try to take a peek soon. I have like a million
No
tabs that I'm
worries.
trying to process.
I'd like to work on verbs.
Are there specific ones or just?
No, my plan was more to go through what we already have.
Okay.
Like to go through the compilation and look through those.
You can put me on expand the definition of, and then the legal personhood and variance section.
Neutral legal capacity.
How much are you gonna be able to do tonight if you're traveling back?
I'm talking tomorrow. Can I do sue and be sued?
Yeah.
And then I also have standing.
Yep.
One thing that does seem useful maybe in the standing category is figuring out if rights imply standing. Either Young and I can figure out which one of us will do that. It just seems like we keep going back and forth on that, and that like it has to be a solvable evidence question.
Yeah, there's gotta be some method that sorts through that.
I can look for that.
Okay. What do you wanna work on, DCH?
I have no strong investment.
Probably need verb help. Banky, I assume you wanna probably work on your the
Yeah.
type of rights.
Yeah,
Vetting?
I'm gonna try and define see if anyone besides Kirky writes all those things.
Below.
Wherever I can take any of those.
Instances of legal personhood.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
You said something about bird health. What are we doing with that list about?
I think Adrian's taken kind of what we have now, then I'm more than willing to work on a couple of these words, and DCH can work on a couple too.
I can work on verbs with you tonight too, and Truth says that he will do whatever he's assigned, or he will just go rogue and who knows what he'll come back with.
Definitely give him an assignment.
Should give him an assignment.
Can we give them the like,
And no road meeting.
what,
Yeah, come back with
Like the
your
ones,
topic.
yeah.
I was gonna say, can we give them like the thing that means in multiple states if we end up with United States, not federal government? Like throughout, or like just some word that stops single state apps.
Yeah.
Cause he'll come up with something totally
Sure,
bonkers.
He
That's
created, he created the bill.
Yeah. In the United States question, yeah.
I did a quick dive for federalism arguments on this topic, just as I had, and I was pretty disappointed.
I feel like Rob said something yesterday about a municipality federalism argument that they were finding, but I have not seen those cards or the articles. So maybe I need to reach out to Rob and see.
I mean, you might be able to find a few, but it's not gonna be a deep debate.
Yeah.
Not sustaining.
I mean, it definitely does seem like there is a debate that is like state plus federal one side, municipality the other side. But I don't even know if there's a term for state and federal.
And then as rights bearing entities, I think is the only other phrase in the object stuff that we haven't looked into.
I think I would do. We have the instances of legal personhood cards, some of them.
Is there anything else that we should be working on tonight? I feel like this gets us to a pretty good place for res work after talking about them in the morning.
I thought we were still working on the next section. Non-human, novel.
Well, I think
That's tomorrow.
that's tomorrow.
Okay.
Because like once you figure out the first versions, these versions sort of come along much faster than an overnight research project. So like that could be like an afternoon research project of how do we want to specify the non-list version? How do we want to define the list version? / the day 2 evening research project, because it all sort of comes together, I think. Okay. Any other day 1 thoughts?
If we are uploading files, do they go in day one?
I'll create
Like a day 1 homework file or something like that.
Yeah.
So if I do a compilation, I don't have to sort through those. If they're not done.
Yeah, I'll create a subfolder of in there. I'll create a folder of what's already been compiled and then a folder of homework. Does that sound reasonable? Is the word coding doc new? I remember that one earlier.
I think that's Jackie.
Oh, okay.
It co-states the compilation.
Okay.
/ is separate.
It's separate, it does not, that was just any card in the topic paper that has a definition in it.
Okay.
How deep do we think these topics actually are?
I mean,
No, does it seem like it? Yeah. Huh? Well, so are you gonna wanna err on the side of a more expansive resolution?
I'm gonna
Can we cut a bunch of names
I'm
for
gonna
it?
tell my students to go to the topic. But it doesn't mean I don't think we should offer more resolutions if those want them.
Adri, I got record to dig up the old US definitions. Do you want me to delete the legalization cards and send them to you for a compiled doc, or just to upload them in the Dropbox for Dave?
I would say upload them to the Dropbox, but could also send them to me, so that I don't forget. I will compile them, but they should also go in the Dropbox.
Okay, and then you'll tell Truth to research the, in the United States alternatives, Danielle?
Yeah, I just did.
Cool. All right. Anything else, or meeting adjourned? I'm gonna say meeting adjourned then. See everybody back here at 10 in the morning.